Two, two, one, two. 2, 2, 1, 2. Yep, there we go. We have audio in the room. So it should come through in a second. Okay. All right. 2, 2, 1, 2. Check, check. All right. 1, 2. Check, check. And verification. And all right. 2, 2. Check, check. And 1, 2. that's it. We're maxed out now. 1 2 2 2 check check and 1 2. All right, brought it down a bit. 1 2 check check and we cleaned that up already. The cleanings last night. All right, here we go. 1 2 check check and 1 2. Yeah, I can hear it in the room. Yeah. Okay.
Check, check. Test 1, 2, check. One for the podium, and I don't know if they're out. check. Test 1, 2, check. Test. Vérification. 1, 2. I'm short guy, Andrew, I know. So maybe like. Let's say someone taller is gonna be like this. Check 1, 2, test. Check. Test 1, 2.
When you talk about sustainability,
I was just gonna check.
No, that's
That
computer audio only.
always.
That's room audio, don't touch it.
Yeah, no, but it always like that. Like I always put it this half
No,
because.
you gotta put it high because that's when you get microphone volume.
easy to do. And they'll take the capsules back and you can recycle 100% of the capsules.
unless we put something on the side. Do we have a gaffer tape?
Yeah, is that gonna?
It's not that up. Just maybe just over, not tape it right away on it, just there and here. Maybe. Better not.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Spring, but not spring.
But this is no way to turn them off.
Unless they put, I don't know that.
Yeah, I know this.
Yeah. I don't hate this setup.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we got that. I gotta hide that all day from the camera.
Not much we can do. I'm gonna put the.
Check, test, 1, 2, check. Check, test, 1, 2, check, test, 1, 2. Check, check.
Mario's gonna get his pictures now. I know. Now, how long until it melts onto the light?
Check 1 2 test. Check test. Check test 1. Check test 1. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 test check. Check 1 2 test 1 check test 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 check 1 2. We're doing a little quick fix here with the lights. The engineer of lighting, Mario, is taking care of it. Check 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 check 1 2 test check 1 2 check 1 2 test 1 check 1 2 test check. Oh, that's like my console, the Yamaha. Check 1 2 2 test check 1 2 check 1 2 check test 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Check 1 2 test 1 check. It's too hot?
Try the podium, man.
Okay. Check test 1 2 check 1 2 test podium microphone. Is it still too hot tamale? So Pat now is permanent. Nice. Yeah, Mike told me this morning. I'm like, well, happy for Pat. Sorry. Yeah. I hope. I'm going to French classes now.
The blue outputs, that's not quite sure what you say. It's about 11 and 11 o'clock, and the inputs are fairly low. I don't think they're way too low. No, it's they're at like 9 o'clock.
Check.
Two question mics and like 11 for the yeah, quarter up.
Check 1 2 test 1 check. Sounds good. So this is a new system that you guys just purchased. Oh yeah. You put the whole thing together. Nice. Check 1 2 test 1 2 check. Yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 check vérification 1 2 check test 1 2 1 2 check test hey. We're good. Are we? The Yamaha is that the Yamaha that Derek and Seb were using? Yeah, so it's the same one. It's like mine, but mine is the version 1, I guess. This is version 2. Now this has an interface built in, so you don't need an interface. I bought mine. I'm gonna sell it, the Yamaha, because I'm going to rehab, and it's very expensive. Every time $60, and she wants to see me twice a week, 3 times a week. One she told me October, I'm gonna see you 1 week nonstop from Monday to Friday. Just it's a to kind of like boost my nervous system. Yeah, now actually I need to get a bit of my those ginkgo biloba omega 3. It's just natural, but she said it helps your you have your stroke. The area of your stroke is here. So check 1 2 test test 1 2 check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 check check testing test 1 2 check test 1 2. There's about 1 2 3 4 5 6 9 10 11 12 tables here. Each table has 6 chairs. We have 3 microphones, 2 projectors, 2 cameras. Check 1 2 1 2 check check. Is that good? Okay. Check, check, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Check, vérification, 1 2 3. We're about to start, 1 2 3. The event started 8:30. It's 8:10. We're still confused a little bit with the sound. Sounds like it's good. Lower. I need to talk more. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what kind of conference is this, but we're gonna be here streaming under me. Check 1 2 1 2 3 4. Test test. More. You need to. The booth should have been there, maybe. No. Like FSS and the Madrid. Well, it's good that we have the iPad, but now for FSS, but for the Madrid. Okay, I'll go. Oh, this is gonna stay here. It's part of the. Good morning. How are you? Yeah, it's that, and I'm selling my drums too. The acoustic ones. I have the electronic ones, Roland. Yeah, it's a Pacific. DW drums made the it's a cheap
Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. 1, 2. Vérification. You don't have nothing? You good? You're good? Check, 1, 2. 1, 2. Vérification. So what we can do is check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. It's too loud in the room. Check, check. Check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Et, 1, 2. Vérification.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2, test, test. Check, 1, 2, test, 1, 2, check, check, test, 1, check, check. 1, 2, test, 1, check, check, test, 1, 2, test, 1, check, 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 1, 2, 1, 2, check, check, test, 1, test, vérification, check, test, 1, 2, check, check, test, 1, 2, check, check, 1, 2.
Check, 1, 2. Vérification.
Check, check, test, 1, 2. This is louder, a little bit loud. Check, check, 1, 2, test, test. Check, 1, 2, 1, check, test.
Vérification. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Audio check. 1, 2. I mean, I don't have a lot of signal. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. 1 second. Okay, 1, 2, check, check. Is that, see if that's better. I'm at minus 24. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 2, check 2. Okay, because I'm at 12, and now check and 1, 2. I'm starting to peak in the yellow. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, you like it now? That's good. It's very loud in the room. Okay. All right. Okay, for the aux, or Okay, I'm at 0 on the home. Aux is coming up to 0 as well. Aux is at 0. Yeah. Yes, I have. Updated check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Updated check. Verification 1, 2. I'll move it halfway. All right. Move to halfway. 1, 2. It was perfect. I'm just adjusting for better than perfect. Okay. test.
Actually, I've got two. I've got the podium shot and I've got a wide shot I was going to do. So, how do you want to do this? They can definitely go on a wide shot. Are you going to say a few words to start off? Or you want to
No, it's periodic over the day. It's open discussions,
I'm aware of that. So we're going to have a wide shot.
wide shot a lot, and I think when so basically as long as people are using a microphone, they'll be picked up
Yes.
on the.
Oh yeah, very much so. Yeah.
So we have 3 mics in the room.
We do. So when do you officially want to kick things off? So I unmask you. To, right now we're sitting on the CRC logo.
9 o'clock.
Okay. So are you make any breakfast announcements or anything first?
We can just stream it live. It's not a. It's very much an informal. People can tune in to the meeting, and we'll do the introduction. So it's going to be a bit informal anyway. So it's
Okay.
so it should be great.
And we have your slides. Is there anybody else presenting slides?
I might defer then to a group that wants to use this small room, so they can have slides in this room, right? There's one group that might want to use the slides.
Okay.
Because we're going to be breaking off it periodically into smaller groups
Yeah, I
as well.
saw the schedule. We have the ability to put the slides into the live stream as well.
Okay.
So if it's important enough, we'll slip a
Sure.
slide in there.
Okay. So mine people probably want to see, but other than that,
Okay.
yeah. Okay.
So feel free to come over. See
Okay.
how it looks. Ask questions you need to at any point. Just
Sure. Great. And so I'll just put that back.
Yeah.
I wasn't. Hey, folks, we'll get started in a minute here. Testing. Test. Hey. All right, good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I think almost everyone is here. We have a couple of people who will straggle in as the day goes on, but I think everyone's arrived. Thanks to the staff, especially I really appreciate our staff who hopefully you got all the information in a timely way. Hopefully everyone got their hotel rooms and all that kind of stuff. Amber is certainly on deck and the rest of our team, so if there's any problems during the day or any logistical supports, don't hesitate to connect. For those of you who I have not met, I think I've met everybody in the room, at least since you came into the room. My name is Michael Unger, of course, and I'm a Canada Research Chair at Dalhousie University in Child and Family and Community Resilience. I guess what I'm going to do is I would just want to sort of explain what's going to happen today and a little bit for the next couple of days. First of all, I'm going to almost apologize. Normally when we hold these kinds of workshop development, grant development meetings, they're not quite so formal. But I'm behind a podium, which is really weird for those of people who know me. But we're doing this partly because we're live streaming this to all our other colleagues. So basically anyone who's in the coalition, of which there's probably another 70 or 80 who are not in the room with us today, can actually follow along at any point that they just want to pop in, and this is being live streamed. So that's one of the reasons. So the second thing I need to ask of you is if you don't mind using a microphone when you speak, and while you're in this part of the room, obviously. And the reason we want to do that is so that the live stream, we have two cameras. One is doing a large, wide angle, and one is more podium specific, of course. So if you don't mind, just we're going to have our associates, our research associates, they'll run around with a microphone. It's a small enough room. This really shouldn't be a problem. You can relax for a little while. It's not going to, it's not a big formal thing. It's, this isn't some UN proceedings sort of thing. Let me also just sort of explain what so the purpose of today is, in terms of the agenda, the purpose of the first day is to develop our partnership grant application. We have in the room, I believe, all the co-leads or the co-applicants, and what we did was we sort of nominated people that we thought would bring in a diversity of voices and perspectives into the room for this particular conversation. Obviously, we didn't have the funding nor the capacity to bring together the entire coalition. So the co-applicants, who coincidentally met in Germany, we were meeting last in Berlin at the end of June, and the idea was that meeting would sort of would precede this one, and at this one we would bring in certainly emphasize much more presence of our community partners. Tomorrow, a lot of our government partners, but also others that might be able to contribute. Some of you who have been more as collaborators, but we wanted your voices to encourage your voices here at the table as well. So it wasn't like it was like a randomness. It wasn't a random draw, but it wasn't completely like, everyone could come. So it was a little bit of, well, maybe that would be an interesting, just sort of balance the group in the room. Let me also, just from today's the partnership grant. Tomorrow, this evening, I should say, for dinner, we're hoping all of our German colleagues will come in. So we'll be joined, and I've got to get the final number. I think it's going to be at least 10, and it might be a bit higher than that in terms of our German colleagues coming over to to participate. And then tomorrow, of course, well, this evening's a get-together, a dinner, and then we hope that you'll come out and join us and stuff. And then tomorrow is really the first, a day and a half of a process where we want to connect our research here in Canada to their research in Germany. And they have an amazing group of folks doing amazing work, and you're going to hear about that. And our hope is that we can provide you with basically a day and a half of opportunities to both problem-solve research issues between the two countries, but also go the next step of actually designing and launching new projects. And we have people from Stats Canada coming in, IRCC, maybe public safety, though Brett, I think, had to actually be down in Washington, one of our public safety contacts. So we have lots of government folks are interested. We also have some other people showing up as well. But what I'd like to do is, if I could, just sort of start this on the partnership grant side. It's interesting. I don't know if you recall, some of you, do you recall that some of you were on a phone call? And I think it was back in maybe December. It was December 23rd. It was an interesting one. It was convened by SSHRC, and they wanted to see, because there was a lot of interest across the country about when the government announced that they would bring in a significantly large cohort of Syrian refugees. There was a lot of interest in the research communities. Right? We got kind of excited. We got all of a sudden there was an opportunity to make a genuine, helpful contribution. And I remember on that phone call, and they had maybe about 60 people on or something all across the country, and the conversation was going on about how we could help as academics and as researchers and stuff like this. I don't know if some of the community partners were on that phone call too, but it was mostly academics and university folks. And then it kind of got to the point of, what could we do? And I remember the conversation, because there were people focused on adults who were refugees, and then there were people who were focused on the kids. And I remember the tone of the conversation going something along the lines of, I forget who it was, they said, well, you know what we should do? Is we should get together a little bit of money, and all of us, we should come together in April, maybe March, maybe April, and we should kind of just do a little bit of an exchange of ideas. We should sit around as academics, and we should talk about what projects we're doing and begin to talk about our work with each other. And then maybe out of that, there would be some interesting ideas for some partnership grants, or maybe some small startup grants. We'd apply for small bits of money to bring people into little networks. And then if those were successful, then we'd apply for little larger insight development grants. We tried to trial some methodologies and that kind of thing. And then if those were really successful, we would apply for the big multi-million-dollar grants and try and create a really sustaining network of people to work on these issues. And I remember, I'm not sure if we were in the same room or I was just on a phone call, but afterwards I think there was a collective eye roll that said, are they crazy? By the time they get through that process, the kids that we're concerned about will have already drifted onto the streets, been in the mental clinics, or completely dropped out of school. This timeline is completely inappropriate. And so a collection of us that are, a little bit thinking about things differently and thinking that academics don't have to be quite so irrelevant, we kind of said, no, we can do this a completely different way. And so we began pushing immediately, and I'm going to take a hats off to Martha, Martha Crago, who I'll have her introduce herself later, but who really pushed the back rooms of Ottawa to solve this, especially on the child side, much quicker. And so initiatives began, and the Treasury Board came through with a bit of funding, and very quickly, and then as you've seen, we saw SSHRC come through with some of the targeted funding, and we also saw, we were able to get an LOI, a letter of intent for a major partnership grant together in about 10 weeks. Now, I don't know, in my history as an academic, that's never happened. And the only reason that happened was because there was a collective goodwill of people who work with kids who understood a different timeline had to happen here. We were successful. We actually got through the first letter of intent. We actually did quite well. You've seen, I believe everyone in this room has seen the comments, I hope, the report. We scored in the top sextile, so it means we're very well positioned for the next round of the competition. The feedback was rather benign. It was very supportive, that type of thing. So for me, that's kind of, that was the momentum. That's the way we're thinking, is that we wanted to get some rapid movement in this area, that we don't want the kids that we are concerned about to have to wait a long time, or the community providers, the service providers, to wait a long time till they get help, that they get some sources of support. So let me just kind of talk about, so the purpose of this meeting, especially today, is first of, on the surface, it's to develop a grant. Or I should say, the grant is largely developed because we've been meeting continuously, and people have been seeing drafts. Now, admittedly, there are people who, in this room, who, we've been kind of expanding the zone. It's been crafted and crafted and crafted and progressively expanding the layers of the onion, looking at it. But basically, we have as you've seen what was sent to you, we have a template. We have a sort of a full draft, and the idea today is to refine it. We have enough time to throw out what we've done and start again, technically. Hopefully not everything has to be thrown out, but in theory, parts of it could be tweaked quite heavily. So that's goal one, is to develop the grant. But actually, to tell you the truth, that's actually not really what my primary interest. I mean, the partnership grant is nice and everything else, but fundamentally, what happens here today is that we build momentum for other grant applications, for other ways of supporting communities, and hopefully being responsive to the service providers across Canada. So this, in a sense, becomes an incubator for other ideas. Even if we don't get, I hope we do, but if we don't get the partnership grant, then hopefully that in this room there's enough momentum for other applications. What I'm going to offer all of you who've made the effort to come here, because I kind of work under a policy when we do any kind of projects in the group that I lead through the Resilience Research Center and CYCC networks and stuff. We have a policy that says, basically, if you're going to participate in something, you should get more than you give. So the draw out should be higher than what we take. So if we're asking you for favors, you should be getting more out of that relationship than the investment in. That's actually what we're hoping. So what we're trying to do basically is making sure that over the course of the day that you also meet people that you can form other partnerships with on research or program evaluations or program development and that kind of thing. And that you can basically use this network, the coalition, you can use this coalition to further your own goals. And that is already happening. We're going to hear about some of that today. That's the bigger game plan, to make sure that you have capacity as well, right? And by the way, the other policy that I have in my world is we give away everything. So if there's something as long as you're not competing head on with sort of the core grant, but there's something in the grant that you could use to further your work, then you can basically poach that. We give that, right? And I'm doing this internationally in my other work. I actually give away our grant applications. We're currently giving it away to the University of Louisiana. We've given away our grant applications to people in Brazil, to South Africans. That is what we do. We build grant applications and then we give them away so that other teams around the world that are not directly competing with us, of course, can actually be successful. And I'd like in that same spirit for this to be understood that way. The other thing, of course, is the reason you're here in Ottawa is because we're going to go international with this coalition. Again, regardless of, we've already got, this is what we're going to do. We don't just have partnerships in Germany. This coalition is also finding partnerships in many other parts of the world as well. And I hope that those relationships also really are able to, that you can find those people. So if you have a great idea, or as an organization you have a great idea, and you're looking for those international networks, that this coalition can facilitate that as well. And of course, I mean, it's kind of funny. You get into this ivory tower thing going, and you actually kind of lose touch with what this is all about. But ultimately, this is about advocacy for refugees coming to Canada. So I don't know what motivates you to get out of bed for this issue in the morning, but for me, the issue here is I'm really hoping that we can, as a country, do this right. That Canada took a gamble, in a sense, not that it hasn't been done before, but it was a big effort to bring in a large cohort from in one wave and to build goodwill as a country. I think our contribution, at least the people that are here in this room, is one of the ways that we can contribute to this is to make sure and to show how that can be done well, and then to document the successes of this and hopefully create a template so the next time, and unfortunately there will be another major refugee crisis sometime in the future, that Canada can respond and know how to do it and know how to do it effectively. So that's kind of, ultimately there's an advocacy role to all this as well. Develop our grant, develop other grants through the coalition, go international, and of course become advocates for something that's so important to us as a country. That's what I see us trying to do here today. With that said, and that sort of setup, I think why don't I sort of switch this over, and if I could we introduce ourselves? A lot of us, there's a huge amount of amazing human capital in this room. With that said, though, we do only have so much time today. We have a very large grant to discuss. So if I could, even just to sort of let people know who you are, if you could keep it to like 30 seconds, just to say, I'm this is who I am, and maybe just, a core little project that you're working on, just like in a sentence or two, and then we'll just kind of, I'm going to assume that over the breaks and stuff, and through the meetings all day long, you're going to hear from each other a lot more. So if I was doing that, I would say something like, hi, Mike Unger, Professor of Social Work and Canada Research Chair at Dalhousie University, and working mostly in the area, in terms of relevance to this, on the area of youth integration and somewhat in the area of countering violent extremism and that type of area. So that's kind of my hooks to this, resilience and that type of thing. I think that was almost like 26 seconds. That's not bad. And if you don't mind using the microphone, so if I go this way, Martha, can I impose on you? Because I feel like I'm sort of co-hosting this certainly event. I'll just pass the mic.
Hi, I'm Martha Crago. I'm the Vice President of Research at Dalhousie. And once upon a time, I did work in language acquisition.
Diane Pesco, Concordia University, Department of Education. I'm working on a project with Andrea that I'll let her describe.
Thanks. So my name is Andrea McLeod. I'm at Université de Montréal in the speech pathology department, and the focus of my research is on bilingual language development in the early years. And with Diane, we're working, and one of our students, we're working on a language stimulation program for preschool-aged children who have arrived, so they're Arabic first language speakers, and trying to use that to scaffold for learning, continuing to enrich their Arabic and learning French.
I'm Lucy Buchanan Parker. I'm the Research and Information Coordinator at AMSA, which is the umbrella organization of immigrant and refugee serving organizations in British Columbia. And I'm also here on behalf of CITE, which is the Canadian Immigrant Settlement Sector Alliance, which is a national association of all the umbrella organizations.
Now, if I could, I'm just going to sort of also embellish here and there, just so everyone can be situated well with who's been leading this. So Lucy, in a sense, you worked very closely with Katie Rosenberg.
Yeah.
And if I could, Katie has been one of our primary co-applicants on the grant. So she is, we're sort of passing to there's a difference between an executive director who's running all over the place, going crazy with work, and then the people actually can devote their time to the development of the grant. So Lucy, you've sort of stepped in for Katie, of which we want to say thank you very much. But actually, the role here is really as a co-applicant, as a community representative. So
Yeah.
I want to
Thanks.
that. Thanks.
I'm Howard Ramos, a professor of sociology at Dalhousie University and the Associate Dean of Research in the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences at the university. And with respect to working in this area, I do work with Yoko Yoshida on looking at non-economic integration of newcomers. And with Paul Pritchard over here, we're working on a systematic scan of literature dealing with refugee children and youth.
Lloyd Wong, Department of Sociology, University of Calgary. My research interests are in the areas of multiculturalism and immigrant integration. And more recently, I've developed an interest in participation in sport and how that contributes to integration.
I'm Igor Pekelny, and I'm an RA at the RRC, and I help Mike everything related to the grant.
Igor is the face behind those emails, yes. All those CV requests. He is the architect. I am nothing without Igor.
Hi, my name is Christina Clark-Kazak. I'm from York University. I teach at the bilingual Glendon campus in International Studies, and I'm the Associate Dean Research and Grad Studies for that campus. I'm also past director of the Center for Refugee Studies at the Keele campus and editor-in-chief of Refuge, Canada's Journal on Refugees, and we've just come up with a special issue on the Indo-Chinese movement, so to provide some historical context, because this is not the first and only arrival of refugees. I work on age discrimination across the age spectrum in Canadian migration policy, and I just got a grant to do ethical guidelines for research on refugees.
And I'm Paul Pritchard, a PhD student in sociology at the University of Toronto, and Howard has done me the favor of already introducing what I'm involved in.
Hi, I'm Yoko Yoshida. I'm an associate professor in sociology at Dalhousie University. My research interest is essentially trying to see the economic integration and other parts of integration of immigrants. And my main approach to many of the project is trying to look at the available or existing large-scale data, including Statistics Canada surveys, as well as now developing into the administrative records.
I'm Abdi Kazimipour from Sociology Department at the University of Lethbridge, and since there is nobody else from Lethbridge here, I will be in Calgary next year. I have worked on the economic integration of immigrants in the past, and most recently I have focused on Muslim immigrants.
I'm Reza Nakai. I'm also a sociologist at University of Windsor. I have been working on multidimensional aspect of integration with a specific focus since 2013 with a cohort of immigrants coming for the last 5 years.
Hi, Ferry Burjanian. I'm the CEO with Calgary Catholic Immigration Society, known as CCIS, and I'm also the chair of Alberta Association of Immigrant Serving Agency. Obviously, very keen to be part of some of the research. We are already, I think, partnering with 3 research in the area of children and youth. We operate in Calgary, an area, obviously, and we have actually 2 RAP. I'm just giving you this so you know the capacity. 2 RAP centers, one in Brooks, one in Calgary, and we're also a major sponsor agreement holder. Just to give you in the context, we sponsor about 850 Syrian refugees starting in 2013, and so far we have about 550 of them arrived in Calgary from the sponsor side, not from the government side. Total, Calgary received about 1,600 refugees from Syria.
Hi, I'm Lewin Goldring. I am a professor of sociology in York University, and I do research on the relationship between legal status and legal status trajectories and employment. I'm also very interested in access to education and to post-secondary, particularly for precarious status youth.
I'm Shadi Martin. I'm associate professor at McGill University, and my research focuses on health and mental health care-seeking behaviors among immigrants and refugees, particularly from Middle East. I've been interested in how the way health and mental health is conceptualized influences whether immigrants and refugees actually seek care when they need it.
Hello, my name is Yogendra Shakya. I'm a senior researcher based at a community health center in Toronto called Access Alliance. I also have adjunct status at Dalalana School of Public Health. My research focuses on social determinants of health and healthcare access for vulnerable immigrants and refugees. In addition to looking at challenges and barriers, I'm particularly interested in community-based interdisciplinary models of solutions to those challenges in terms of promoting health or addressing social determinants of health.
I'm Elke Winter. I'm a professor of sociology here at the University of Ottawa, and I'm really happy that we can do it here. Thank you very much for joining us at the University of Ottawa.
And thank you for the logistical support of arranging that it could happen here.
Not much. I think the people who did, came all from Calgary. So, and I work on multiculturalism and citizenship, mostly Canada and Germany. And for this project, I have had the pleasure to work with Charlotte on starting a project to collect data on how the Canadian media represents refugees, the crisis and the integration in Canada. And we're working with some NGOs here in Ottawa on the project Why Do Sponsors Sponsor?
I'm Laurie Wilkinson, a professor in the Department of Sociology at the University of Manitoba. I'm also the Director of Immigration Research West and the editor of the Journal of International Migration and Integration. And my interests are around the settlement experiences of people who come to Canada, if they're children or if they're youth, particularly school-to-work transitions.
Hello, my name is Tarek, and I'm a Syrian refugee who came to Canada about a year and a few months ago. Started with zero English, and I studied back home computer engineering in a university for 2 years. Repeating everything right now, going back to high school. I worked as a summer youth worker in Access Alliance, and I do a lot of volunteer works with the newcomers.
Great to have you here.
Sit here so I don't have my back to anybody. Hello, good morning. I'm Mazen. I'm the founder and director of Happy. We're one of the community service providers. So we're essentially a not-for-profit organization. We deal with addiction and mental health stigma in the Middle East. And this summer, we did a summer camp with Syrian refugees. We had 75 children. It was more a pilot summer camp to get things started. Now, one of the goals of the organization is to facilitate research with various researchers. And so over the summer, we collected data with 81 participants with researchers from the University of Western Ontario, with Dr. Jay Bruce Morton and Daniel Ansari. And yeah, we wish to expand that and continue.
Hello, my name is Becky Chen. I'm an associate professor at OAC, University of Toronto. My area is children's language and literacy development. In particular, I look at transfer skills between their first and second language. And my recent project has focused on children in French immersion and how skills transfer between English and French. And we also look at English language learners in French immersion. So those are trilingual children who are learning their first language and English as second language and French as their third language. My lab and myself, we provided support to the Happy Camp during the summer, and it was a great experience. We hope to continue that.
I'm Lisa Rochman. I'm the Associate Dean of Immigrant Education at Norquest College in Alberta. We do LINK programs, ESL programs. We have over 5,000 people going through our LINK program a year, so we're quite a large program. We also do some youth programs for academic upgrading and so forth, other type language programs for immigrants.
Hi, I'm Nabiha Atala, and I'm with ISANS, Immigrant Services Association of Nova Scotia. We're the largest settlement agency in the Atlantic. Like Lucy, I'm here on behalf of our executive director, Jerry Mills, who's the co-applicant on the grant, and who's also the president of the Atlantic Region Immigrant Serving, the Association of the Atlantic Region Immigrant Serving Agencies.
Do what Mazan did. I'm Joanne Paradis, and I'm a professor of linguistics at the University of Alberta, and I do research on English second language development and heritage language development and maintenance in children from immigrant and refugee families. I'm also the editor of the Journal of Child Language, and way back in the 90s, I did my postdoc with Martha Crego.
Hi, I'm Jenny Jenkins from the University of Toronto. I'm a developmental psychologist and clinical psychologist, and I look at early development in children, both mental health and early cognitive development, and the overlaps between those. And I do that both within Canadian-born families and immigrant families. I'm particularly interested in within family differences, why some children thrive in certain family contexts but others don't, and so that's one of my specialities.
And
I'm Kathy Georgiadis. I'm a professor at McMaster and the Offord Center for Child Studies, and my area of research is inequalities in mental health and service use among migrant populations and the role of schools in terms of addressing those needs. Thanks.
Yes, good morning. My name is Fernando Mata. I teach in the Department of Sociology, University of Ottawa. Ex-bureaucrat from CITE and Department of Canadian Heritage. My current interest is the area of immigrant and their neighbors and social capital. So it's very important for me to determine the amount of support that they're getting from the community as they arrive. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Al-Madibu, Sociology, University of Calgary, RI, that's Research Interests, Integration and Identity of the Francophone, and more recently Sudanese immigrants in Canada, and also ethnic armed conflict in Sudan.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Muret-Labarthe, and I'm doing my bachelor's degree here at the University of Ottawa in Women's Studies and Sociology, and so I'm here to help out today. So.
That's perfect. I know we have maybe there's still 2 or 3 people that may join us over the next couple of days. Besides, tomorrow we'll, of course, integrate into the group our German colleagues as well, so that's wonderful. The person of note who's not with us today is one of the co-applicants, Patrick McGrath, who I think is in Italy doing some training on narrative exposure therapy or something. She is that he's in currently. But he sends his regards and wishes, of course, he could be in 2 places at once. We haven't quite figured that one out for Patrick yet. Also, I just want to acknowledge then that amongst the community, of course, in terms of the co-applicants on this, of course, Lucy, which I acknowledged, and Nabila, you're representing, of course, Isans and Jerry Mills, who's been really key to getting this up and running. And Yogendra, bringing in your group as well, and as one of the core voices, and Lisa as well as one of the core sort of these 4 are representing, because the grant has to be, but as it should be, has an emphasis on balance between the academic environments and the community environments as well. So that's the way that's the way we're sort of built, if you will. On a second note, by the way, we are representing about 14 universities in this group, and I think we have across the network, we haven't even tallied it up, but it's quite significant, the number of different institutions across the country represented within the coalition. So that's kind of neat as well. And the third thing I should mention is you're also wearing CIHR name. Did you catch that these are CIHR? And that is actually a significant problem because we don't actually have any money from CIHR. We have money from SSHRC. So the way you see this is Amber being ever the conscious money person that I depend on greatly, repurposed all this stuff from a conference that we had a while back, which was partly funded. So I'm not sure if that's good or bad when SSHRC folks show up tomorrow, but in a sense, we've sort of stolen from CIHR to donate to SSHRC. So maybe that's actually quite good that they'll appreciate that. So this has nothing to do with CIHR, at least in terms of the funding scheme. It's all SSHRC money that's sort of behind this at the moment. Thought I'd say that, yeah. If I could, though, just to sort of set the stage, thanks for the introduction. I just want to sort of, if I could, just walk you through very briefly. I'm assuming everyone's kind of read the grant application, but just in the spirit of saying, hey, let's make sure we're all on the same page. The first thing is, Martha Crago always criticizes me because every time I start a project, I come up with the worst acronyms. And CRCYFRC, for some reason, she didn't like it. And I don't understand, just because there's like a word salad in there. So we've been trying to struggle with a better acronym for this, and we finally come up, I think we're sort of settled on RCRC, right? Just kind of, it's a little bit easier to remember. That type of thing. So it is, the official name is the Canadian Refugee Child, Youth and Family Research Coalition. That is kind of, I think, who we are. And we have a couple of domain names. CRCYFRC is actually one of them, if anyone really ever wants to search for it. But the other one that we're going to probably go with is refugeechildresearch.org, which we could get as a domain name. And you may have been pestered to help us develop the website. So one of the things is you will be pestered, and you will be pestered again until you send in some of the information that we require. Not all of it. We're starting with the co-applicants, and then we'll go out to the collaborators so that we can actually develop a website so that when the grant application is reviewed, some of the information is there. Right? So I just wanted to let you know. So the first question I had to you is, in the spirit of just collaboration, is that okay? Anyone really repulsed by this or have a different idea of what we should call ourselves? And please, jump right in. And maybe I can just have you pass the microphone.
Nice to add youth to the title, child and youth.
The reason we took out the youth, again, because we had to shorten it down, and we thought, well, I'm open to this. Child and family isn't in there either. And so we wanted to shorten, we thought, so our thinking was, we said RC, and then we put the family and the children all in the middle on the logo, and then RC. So that the graphic kind of represents the full sweep of this, of all the people that we're concerned with. That was kind of the thinking behind. But I agree, I'm more focused on youth as well, so I felt a little excluded out of this one too. Quickly, any other? Abdi, please. Please, if you don't mind using the microphone.
I would have gone for something like CRRC, because representing Canadian refugees, and then Research Council, Research Coalition, and with all the subjects in between. So rather than including children and living out family and youth, then we can exclude all of them and put them in the middle. So, and that would introduce a little bit of visual symmetry as well. So that's good.
Yes, we did toy with that. There's actually, I think, a version. In fact, is it on the name tags? Yeah, that was iteration 4. This is iteration 6. Oh, sorry, it was evolving. That isn't the other. The thought was, though, that we didn't want to just be Canadian. That the idea, if we put the word Canadian in, then it is, say it's only a Canadian coalition. And we sort of thought that as we grow internationally, maybe we should just drop that as a name. And that's why the shift. That came out about a month as we were sort of developing this. I don't want to delay this too long, but it is somewhat it's a way of sense of an identity for the group. Does anybody else have any quick thoughts on this as a way of just starting the conversation? I'm going to see. RC for now, at least through the granting. Please jump in.
So I have similar concerns, or I voice the same ideas of having an inclusive idea of children, youth, and family. Like, I like the broader title. I get the idea of the acronym. I'm also wondering about why we're focusing on individuals and not the theme, so like childhood as opposed to child or children. But, I'm just asking, because I think the broader name really gets at the relationships and the idea that a child is not just in isolation.
And I'm open to suggestions if you can come up with a name for that. I think, because our cluster, I'll go through the goals. I think that's implicit in what we're doing. I don't think we're debating that. I agree. If someone could build on that and suggest a name, we couldn't quite figure out how to do that. I haven't been able to figure out how to do that, so I'm open to ideas. Just a couple. So I don't want to bog us too far down, but Shadi, and then.
I was just thinking, why
please.
not replace child with family?
Canadian Refugee Family Coalition, Refugee Family Research Coalition, RFRC. It's a possibility. That's a possibility. It makes it a bit more inclusive. Did you want to? No, you're okay.
Okay, I want to make a point here as a linguist. We probably don't want a name longer than 4 letters because it's going to be too hard to remember. And we also want a name that we can kind of pronounce the letters for. And RC rolls off the tongue, so does CRRC. And if you start sticking other letters in it, people can't make a word from it. They can't add epenthetic vowels to it. It's just hard. So I think whatever we do, 4 letters should be what we stick with. That's my 2 cents.
Refugee family. You have to have research. I think we have to have research because I don't want people calling us about like what you got, what some of the community partners do, right? We don't want to recreate CISA. Can we just get a microphone?
You can't pronounce it.
Yeah.
So then you have to have something that's simple letter combinations.
Please just pass the microphone. Again, I'm going to keep you on the microphone.
How
so
about
that
close to what we have, RCRF, Research Coalition on Refugee Families?
put research in there.
Oh, sorry, what did I just say? Research Coalition on Refugee Families. It's just like that with an F instead of the C.
RCRF. Our Refugee Coalition.
On Refugee Families. Sorry.
Research Coalition
it's
for
me,
Refugee
I'm
Families.
saying it wrong, sorry.
So people are moving towards RFRC. It does have a little bit of an echo to that. RFRC, that's true actually. Okay, I'm not going to pause too much time. Please take 2 or 3 more comments, and then I
actually think family and child abuse there's no need for those words there. If you just call it RRC and if you like to put the subjects there, that's all right. Because the whole idea is here that who else will you be studying? Is there anybody else that you will be studying other than family and child abuse? I'm not quite sure.
Well, the idea was we wanted to distinguish ourselves from some other groups that do focus on adults. We would not do a study specifically that was unconnected. This coalition would not do a study. We would not fund a study that wasn't somehow impacting on children. So, for instance, if you're looking at credentialing of adults in transition between countries, that would probably not fit well within our mandate, whereas a question of economics in children would. But only in relation to the child being affected. That's a good, I'm open to, did you want to jump in as well, please? The Refugee Research Coalition. Refugee Research Coalition, which also is RRC, which is a problem for me. Yeah.
There is an existing refugee research network that's Canadian-based. I personally think they're too close.
Yeah.
And it also was SSHRC funded, and it's sunsetting. It got the SSHRC Impact Award. So I just would be concerned about the thinking that this is. I think that we need to have some kind of child or family focus to make it distinct.
Thanks for that. So yeah, I'm certainly, as you can tell, my bias. I will be. From a point of view of So what's being put forward. So let's just have a sense of this. Do we change the word child in the preference? Do we go with family? So it would be RFRC, even though it sounds mildly like a Air Force. RFRC. How's this sitting with folks? Do you want to? RCRF.
Could we have one more letter? RCRCY?
No.
That's sayable.
We went down. Yeah, we tried that one. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna, in the spirit of time, we will. One of our RAs is taking notes on this session. Who's taking notes off this session? Can you just raise your hand? Who's taking? You're okay. So you got some of those ideas. We're going to bandy those around and stuff and look at them and also check websites and see if we're conflicting with acronyms. There's a little bit more to it than just putting out an acronym. So we'll take these suggestions, and maybe for the grant application it may not change a great deal from this, but we will definitely, it could change afterwards because of course it's up to us. Okay, thanks. The website I'm going to suggest, that's true, so it should be refugeefamilyresearch.org. That would also by extension, we can change that. We can own more than one domain. So maybe we catch that. We'll check, see if in fact that's taken. Yeah, we can get our staff working on that as well. So Igor, one of the outtakes of this would be to buy to get refugee family research. Yeah. Okay.
How about CYRC? CYRRC. So Child, Youth, Research, Refugee Research Coalition.
CYRC.
Yes, like how CYRC does it.
CYRC for sure. Well, now that's interesting. Child, Youth, Refugee Research Coalition. How's that sitting with everybody? Child, Youth, and it's bilingual. CYRC. Yeah. CYRRC. CYRC. How's that sitting with folks? CYRC. Okay. We'll just check that out, look online, make sure that we're not competing. Sometimes you'd be surprised what you find. We don't want to be associated with some... You'd be surprised what you end up being associated with. Some religious, some cultish... One of the ones we tried, we ended up in some sort of religious cult. We would have had... Anyways, just to let you know that. Okay, thanks for that. Thank you. Appreciate that. And we'll send out, obviously, we'll follow up. So let me then just kind of remind you what this is about. Obviously, we have some broad goals here. Conducting original research on studies on things like linguistics, education, psychological, social, cultural, economic integration of children, youth, and their families. These are just your broad sweep of why we're doing this. The second point, of course, is it's about evaluating interventions and developing an evidence base for promising practices that are effective at improving the resettlement experience. And of course, it's also about coordinating access to and analyses of data from Statistics Canada, education sources, service provider organizations, and other administrative data available throughout the country. And a big effort, I think a lot of us are interested in pulling together those data streams so that they can actually be used for a variety of research outcomes. Other goals, of course, are to facilitate a national and international knowledge mobilization, and that knowledge mobilization would be to develop indicators of successful psychosocial well-being, so sort of what's going on across jurisdictions. Talk about, find research questions that are pressing for people. What are communities actually needing? How can research be relevant to the needs of communities? And identify the best ways to share findings. I think there is, in this sector, a need still to figure out what is the best way to reach people who are actually doing the work and to move knowledge between the universities and the communities. A big emphasis on the network, of course, because it is an academic, it started out of the universities, is to train students and early career scholars. That's somewhat in evidence in this room here today. And finally, it's something about creating a sustaining community of practice, a way of continuing to communicate on these issues and support each other in our research programs. Those are broadly the goals. I don't think, I'm assuming those are not terribly up for much debate. If I could, we've organized ourselves into 4 research clusters, and again, I'd be very curious to see as the day goes on if these still fit for people, if we need to tweak this at all. The first one with Abdi and Yoko and Katie, or Lucy as leads, is around economics, political, and social issues affecting refugees, their families, and their communities. So coming back to your point, one of the clusters really is focused on that sense of, that sort of the macro systemic factors affecting these kids. Second cluster was on language, literacy, and learning. And that sort of nicely pulls together with Joanne and Becky and Lisa, where your expertise is to lead us into that area. It's an interesting, because of course we're getting a lot of phone calls on how do kids today, as of course when kids are going back to school, and you're getting a lot of those calls. Are you encountering that somewhat? Are the newspapers and the radio stations reaching out to some of you or your colleagues to get that side? So how is this going to go for these kids? Are you seeing that sort of conversation starting? Which is kind of neat. The third cluster is social integration, rights, culture, and security issues facing refugee children and youth, and this is led by Lori and Howard and in Nebia for Jerry. And that's kind of a hodgepodge of things. I mean, the grant could almost stand on any one of these 4 clusters. We could have just built an entire grant. But what we realized was that when we were talking about kids especially, maybe even more so than adults, there's this idea that you really needed to identify all these proximal and distal factors in kids' lives and begin to sort of bring these factors together. So we really wanted this diversification in our focus. And of course, the last one, with Patrick and Jenny and Yogendra, is more that social determinants of well-being. Now, if you notice the phrase, I don't think the word health is up there because this is a SHRC meeting and the word health is banished. No one may use that word. Okay, that is the word that cannot be known in this room, right? Even though we are wearing CITE tags. So those are the 4, those are broadly the 4 research clusters. They're pretty inclusive. And the idea was that we would be working across those clusters, so even though we're sort of clustered for the sake of some sort of organization, but that we would still be, that the organization would hold together. Now, if I could, this is another question I wanted to bring up with you, because we've been working to, already in these clusters, we've already been sort of managing to sort of launch research ideas and this type of thing. So a couple of things. First of all, one of the things I was wondering about, is anybody holding any of the targeted funding from SHRC? There was a call, some money came out, and I want people to just identify themselves if they did. And a lot of us put in applications. This meeting is in part funded by some of that targeted funding from SHRC. And for those of you who, do you all know about this? That there was it was like a rapid response. They were convinced that IRCC and SHRC put out at least $250,000, $25,000 grants to get research going in this area and make it relevant, while they were waiting for people to go through the regular partnership grant, partnership development grant, insight development grant process at SHRC. So the idea was that they would throw some money very quickly into a pot and get this out and going. I haven't been able to locate who got that money. Has anybody else seen the final list? No, okay, so it's not just my inability to use the web. We got one, as in collectively. Did you get one? Do you mind can I just pass you a microphone, and do you mind just explaining a little bit of what it is?
So I must admit that I actually massaged it slightly, because it's ethical guidelines for research with refugees writ large, not just with Syrian refugees, because some of us who have been working with refugees for a long time were concerned that there are some groups that are popping up that haven't had a historical experience of working with refugees, and there are no overarching guidelines. So we partnered with UNHCR, the Canadian Council for Refugees, CARFRMS, which is the Canadian Association for Refugee and Forced Migration Studies, and then our group to develop guidelines on research with refugees. And there will be a particular attention there to underage, like minor refugees, because of the intersectionality of the age issues with the ethics.
Is anybody else in the coalition involved in that? Is there any other link?
No.
Okay, so we can't exploit that. Okay. No, it's truthfully. Yeah, no, and the reason I'm asking is because we want to also be able to show we want to see what the continuity was between the coalition and this process and some of those. Yes, please.
I'm involved in another one of these projects. I'm not the lead, but I'm a co-applicant. But I believe we're not supposed to be making it public yet.
Well, we're not making it public.
I'm just saying.
We are working. We're a working group,
Yeah.
so that's why we're asking. Yeah.
And,
no, we're not. We can't go put it in the newspapers. That's right. Yeah.
So it's about sponsorship. So, Elke, when you mentioned your project, it sounds like there's a bit of overlap there. So this is with Audrey Macklin and some other people in Toronto, and it's looking at sponsors, and the idea is to look at sponsors over time and to understand how the sponsorship experience is shaping their views and practice, and in several areas.
That's good to know. So again, not directly to children and youth, but more to the sponsorship experience, whatever. Okay.
I believe that the Montreal University in Calgary, Leah Hamilton, I think we were partnered with them, so they received some funding.
Do you know what the project is? It child and youth focused, or?
Yeah, is it children initiative? I can give you more detail. I don't remember exactly.
Sure. Anyone else have a line on any of those? And the reason I'm asking is just to see if there's any threads off of this coalition that we can sort of, I jokingly say, and exploit, but to also show some, I mean, our hope was that this would create some wind in the sails of these kinds of projects, right? That was the intent of it. Anything else? No? Okay. So somewhere out there, there's another 7 or 8 projects. It'd be interesting. If those are 3 that we know about, there are 7 others. Yeah, please jump in.
They did start the project, but it wasn't funded by SHRC. It was more funded from the existing funds that were in the lab with Dr. J. Bruce Morton's lab.
Okay.
And that's how we got, I mean, it was very low budget. We only had 1 RA, but no, we started the data collection process.
Cool. Great. Okay. This is helpful. This is the stuff that, unfortunately, it's better to have everyone in the same room. At least we can see what kind of momentum we can build. If I could now, I'm gonna try and get myself off the stage in a second, and hopefully us begin to have more smaller conversations. I just want to also review, broadly speaking, what the research questions. Some questions, I guess, for you to reflect on in the first. What we'd like to do now is kind of break you off into smaller groups, hopefully to meet in your research clusters. Why don't I just sort of arbitrarily assign where those clusters can meet? Amber, can I just get you to come in for a second? Hey. So we can do this. We could have 2 groups meeting in here. So I'm going to just arbitrarily suggest that the first, that Abdi and the economics and social group sort of meet on, since you're already over there, we'll just leave you there. And why don't I arbitrarily just say, since I see Jenny is sort of already over there, could I just put the well-being folks over there? And the language and learning, why don't we give you guys the boardroom, which is next to the food. If you just go past the food, the language and learning folks can all go to walk by the food. And the social integration folks, this would be Lori, right? Could we put you folks maybe, I'm just going to suggest the entranceway, just in front. I mean, I know maybe, I don't know why, maybe that's not the nicest place, but we could just, what? They're close to the food, and it seems like it's quiet, and there's a nice little couches and stuff cluster there. So that'd be it. So the very first task I wanted to do to develop a grant like this, a lot of the work's been in the background, but at this point, what I'd like you to be reflecting on is essentially, I'd like you to be reflecting on specifically the research question part of the grant, and the background and theory section of the grant as well. Now, here's one of the challenges for us. That theory section is a little bit dated in terms of references. So one of the things I need you to do is I need you to read your section of the grant, and hopefully somebody has it on a computer or whatever, and could actually just make sure that the references and the body of theory is the most current, that you're not going to get an external reviewer in the United States, or it's probably going to go for review somewhere else in the globe, who's going to go, yeah, these guys don't really know what they're talking about. It's not up to date, your references are out of date, and that kind of thing. So we need you, each cluster, to review the theory, the references, the body of literature that we're presenting, and make sure that is the best that we can present. The second task is also to look at the research questions that are the focus of the grant. And are they in fact, is what we're doing in this grant broadly sufficiently well represented? Is it clear to a reviewer that what we're doing makes sense? So, if I could, that's the section of the grant I'd like you to focus on. Really, the first few pages that lay out the purpose and the theory, those objectives, those kinds of things. Just stop there. We don't need to. We're going to do this in bite-sized pieces. And then what I'd like, each group is going to have an RA working with them. So we've divided you folks up, Paul and Igor, and we're going to get you guys all so that everyone's going to sit with someone and do that. So, okay, that's good. Great. We are going to do this for an hour, and then at 11 o'clock we'll have a break for about 15 minutes, and then we'll come back in here to have a larger discussion at 11:15. Okay? They'll be just in just as you come in the building. There's some seats. Yogendra? the coalition is using Syrian refugees as a linchpin to other all refugee populations. We didn't just limit our work to Syrians. No, it doesn't have to be just Syrians. Yes. 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 And you can check with, I mean, that's somewhat for the group to decide. This is the conversation. Can't hear you. Yeah. It's basically, if you guys from this meeting decide that we should be doing this differently, that's what we should know. Okay?
This is the original idea to be...
I haven't forgotten yet.
To be inclusive of all
yes.
all refugees. Is there like a time frame? Is it recent refugees, for example, like in the last 10 years? Or just refugees?
Yeah, no, I think it's more about, I will say that temporarily we were talking about refugees who are now coming in. I don't think we do a historical study unless it was relevant to helping kids today settle. Yeah.
And again, we haven't decided. We have narrowed down to just sponsor refugees.
No, I don't think it was that. No. And I think that is explicit. Again, let's go into your group, and if that's the case, then we'll bring it back. Are you still streaming? I'm just going to make an announcement out then that we're going to start again in about 15 minutes. We're going to delay till 11:30, if that's okay. Hi, folks. If you are tuning in, appreciate that. As you can tell, people are still deeply in conversations in their small groups, so we're going to delay coming back together until 11:30 Eastern Standard Time. So this will be another 15 minutes, and then you'll see everybody back in the room. Okay? Sorry we can't share a coffee with you. All right. We'll see you in 15. All right, folks, we'll call everyone back together. Amber's going to shuffle everyone this way. Great. I know we do have people watching from outside this room. It was open to other coalition members, so appreciate that. Okay, so the conversations went everywhere, which is nice, and that was kind of what we intended, of course, is you want lots of input, and you know, it's funny, you can only do this through emails and virtual for so long, and then you need people in the same room to sort of spark and just see where the gaps in knowledge are. So what I'm going to try and do is, maybe I was thinking about just given the conversations is, I'm going to put out a couple of topics. I thought what we would do is just bring ourselves all together into this larger group. Maybe we'll just wait another minute until everyone, I hate to kind of, because what I'd like to do is just go through from each table, from each subcluster, if there was an issue that, just kind of go through the issues. See how many of them we can sort of get through that are raised. Just, and again, not bogging it down, but to get some opinions and some ideas. Okay? So if I'm delaying the, it's like I'm just waiting for people to show back up. Paul, are most people coming back in? They're slowly, what? Okay, so we're pretty much, oops. Someone's bag? It is, yeah, I think it's Shadi's, yeah. She was sitting just, yeah. Oh, the price goes higher as the day goes longer. Okay, so how about this? Let me first start with an issue that I think all the groups was wrestling with. So let's see if this is going to work or not. And again, if you could just talk to a microphone, if I could have some of the research assistants. Who's taking notes on this session, by the way? Igor, you got it? So, thank you very much. So the question is around the 4 research clusters. So the idea is, by the way, what we're going to do is we're going to have an hour of debriefing some of these small conversations, getting some direction for the grant. And then what I'd like to do is we'll have a lunch, some more networking, and then this afternoon you'll have a chance to go back into your small groups and hopefully talk some more about some of the other issues. So does the idea of having 4 research clusters still work? Or is it completely, is it just untenable? And obviously I'm looking for a different solution. Keeping in mind this is a partnership grant that we're designing, or indeed a coalition that we have to run. So, does anybody want to speak from any position, any of the groups? I mean, is the idea of having 4 research clusters still working? Or we do acknowledge that, for instance, in the criteria to select a grant, if you're going to fund anything, you have to have at least more than one cluster represented on a grant. So if you're going to get some money, so if Abdi, you're getting some money out of your group, you get $80,000 or $5,000 or whatever it is, you'd have to have somebody from another cluster at least represented on a grant so that there's some cross-fertilization. That was one of the criteria we set in Berlin. But it's your grant, so as well, Abdi, you want to jump in? And again, we just get some microphones floating around.
Thank you. We had the discussion. Most of our discussion basically revolved around the same issue: the organization of the research teams and these clusters. I think there is still a need to have these clusters. It provides some sort of organizational coherence in the application, grant application, but also some sort of guidelines for the actual activities that have to be done later on. But we feel that the 2 clusters, the one on education and the one on health, have some kind of well-defined boundaries around themselves.
Well, that's really funny because I don't know if they agree. But
okay.
anyways, that's going to be really funny. Okay, keep going.
If they disagree, I would feel better then. because then we felt that the two social clusters that we have with different emphasis, we need to work a little bit on those in order to make them distinct from each other conceptually. But again, with the same point in mind that this is for the purpose of making the application a little more easily understandable. And once it is funded, then in terms of the actual division of labor, we might have all sorts of cross-cluster activities and projects that might be going on. So that was a general point in terms of the actual suggestions and the elements that need to be emphasized. We can talk about those later, but I just wanted to put that on the table as one item to discuss.
Well, was there, I mean, just while we're on that, I mean, I can draw that out. Is there a proposition for like either renaming your cluster or the social integration cluster? Was there some sort of, even if not consensus, at least a sort of a momentum since the research?
A couple of ideas
Yeah.
was that if we can keep one of the clusters, and people from our cluster can suggest other things that I might be missing here, that if we keep the element of economics in one of them and the legal and policy aspect in the other one, that provides some sort of conceptual clarity and enough distinction between the two. Also, another idea was to keep a focus on the host society versus the refugees themselves, in terms of getting the pulse of the population, in terms of capacity building, but social capacity building, in terms of the public opinions, in terms of the responses at the community level to the refugees. So that could be another sort of conceptual element that can distinguish these two clusters. We can keep the names, we can change the names a little bit, just moving the culture, for example, from the second social cluster to the first one, and emphasizing the legal element and the policy element in the second one. So these were some of the ideas that were mentioned.
So I'm just taking from that something like renaming the first cluster as something along the lines of economic, cultural, political context of the host society. That sounds a bit long, but something that's kind of what we're really talking about. Economic, cultural, and political context of the host society, or host, I don't think you call it host society, but whatever you call it, whatever the wording proper, host society? Is that okay? Yeah? Tidy the language. Receiving or host? Anyone going to get pissed off if you say host? Is that nicer, or is it receiving better? Receiving is better.
I might suggest, though, that keeping the title shorter. So in our, maybe something like economic and cultural, political context,
right,
rather than making it a long title. I know in our cluster we talked about shortening the title and adjusting ours to social integration and rights, which would fit, I think, the suggestion that you were talking about as well. But, kind of, because we talked about the same issues in our cluster as well, of what are the differences of the two clusters.
Sure. Why don't I bounce it then over to, since you guys were assumed that you are incredibly good at distinguishing yourselves from the others, did you want to make a comment on is the title for this grant? I think it was around. I'd have to go back and the well-being. Is that still working? You want to grab the mic? The social determinants of well-being, or do we have a different wording you want to use for this?
Well, we didn't actually discuss that. I think that's something we should get together and discuss again. And so we'll come back to you on that. I think well-being is a fine concept for us, but I think if we want something other than social determinants, we should probably talk about it again.
Okay. The question also is the people who are in the language and literacy and learning group, is there enough distinction between the well-being side and the language literacy and learning? Like, are we okay with this now?
Yeah, so I had just mentioned to Mike before we went into our separate groups that because we're working together, but I think there are enough issues that we can keep separate, and then we'll just collaborate with you on certain questions, I think is how we're thinking about it. Yep. Yeah.
That's how we're thinking about it too.
Okay.
That is how we're thinking about it too.
Want to just grab it here?
How not to use the term health and just very rigidly stick to well-being. Although when we were discussing the research ideas, the health kept coming. So we just have to be careful about.
Yeah, keeping in mind this, I mean, the coalition can use the word health. I mean, we can support CIHR-oriented research for that matter. But for this partnership grant, you're right, we are trying to find a workaround towards more the aspects of child well-being, which is about context and those kinds of things. Yoko, did you want to jump in?
I almost knocked on the other side of the door, and then maybe we can just discuss together. And then I was wondering if it's possible to have this small, group discussion in the afternoon with like 2 social clusters together or something to bounce off the ideas about how we can redefine or better define 2 clusters.
Sorry, which 2 clusters are you talking about?
Lori and Howard, and the Nabiha's cluster and our cluster.
Okay.
I was wondering if it's like those are the kind of like, before we getting into refining the research questions and what is the most pressing information that we need to seek through this funding, we thought that it might be better to have a clear ideas about the mandates of the cluster, and then we got kind of like caught in terms of like how to develop this proposal without defining the clear boundaries of the cluster.
Okay. That kind of raises another issue which came out. I just that I heard sort of as we were floating around. Is there an issue with trying to get? We haven't specified research questions in the grant. So and so one way we could get, because of the nature of what we're trying to do, right? They sort of follow to people will bring research questions that we'll fund. Now, but I'm also realizing that maybe this is too ambiguous and too broad at the moment. So one of the thoughts was that I've heard from several people, Christina and others, that maybe what we need to do is actually be a little bit more, show in our lit review that there are gaps. Following from you, do you want to jump in? Yeah.
Well, we had a bit of a.
You just need the microphone.
We had a bit of a conversation around the pros and cons of identifying research gaps. That right now it reads a little bit like, we know this, we know that, we know the next thing, but we're not clearly jumping in and saying, and we are going to contribute by, either collecting new data on X and Y or organizing admin data in a particular, there's suggestions of that, but it's not really sharp. And if the overall, the goals are clear in general, but not sort of a tighter set of questions or even sets of issues that might be addressed from different disciplinary perspectives. So one example, and not to beat a dead horse here, but the question of pre-arrival and what we don't know about people's experiences before they get here, it's something that tends not to be included very much in research and may or may not be important in different ways. Time, places, livelihood, debt, all sorts of things that happen before coming here. It could be relevant to language people. People learn different languages or in different places maybe. It could be relevant to certainly health and well-being and to all of our social and economic integration things. So it's there are other issues like that would be worth flagging, whether we plan to address them through primary or trying to tweak existing admin data or trying to get at existing admin data that may or may not be available or exist.
That's great. Yeah, do you want to just bounce off of that idea of, gaps, questions, do we want, yeah. Joanne? Yeah, son.
Okay. In our group, we had very, very similar kinds of conversations, although we focused a little bit more on trying to write our sort of little paragraph in the theory section, the background section, such that gaps in knowledge are more prominently put forward. So we have a little bit of a revised rewrite of that to make that clearer. And then in the sections where we talk about research plan, there's activities 1A, 1B, and activity 2. Activity 2 is basically the new research section, and we felt that we should have more specified kinds of research activities that we already have in the hopper now. And we suggested one that we have developed in collaboration with the Wellbeing Cluster, because we thought it might be nice to, put the two clusters together, but expanding that a little bit and doing it in such a way that if someone had a mind to, they could trace it back to the gaps in knowledge as outlined in the background. That would make a nice, tight organizational structure that would highlight the new research that's going to come out and why it fills gaps in knowledge. That was, am I representing our discussions?
I might just take it one step further. She organized me for years, but I'm just going to organize this. I would, in those sections that talk about what's going to be done, the first section, 1A, is quite in detail about this is what we're going to do with this data. The section that has to do with observational studies, what I call observational studies, but it's got a different title now, the CITE and Conduct New Qualitative, Quantitative, and Mixed Methods Research, that just gives the criteria for what's going to be funded. That needs to say the gaps in language, gap 1 in language, whatever we're going to call it, older kids or something, will be addressed in the following way. Boom, boom, boom. Gap 2, with their interrupted language background, will be addressed in the following way. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, I think it has to be you can't expect them to go back to the gaps. You have to be very clear to the reader. We told you those gaps. Here's this gap. Here's this gap. Here's the study we're doing to fill that gap.
I like that. So basically, if each cluster then identified the key gap, with, of course, some literature to back it up, followed by 2, 3 max questions that might be addressed by this group, and then perhaps an example of a study which basically we just had described, whether it's a pre-arrival study or some sort of study that would then get at that. So just to walk the reviewers through, this is how we're thinking this through, but be much more concrete with it. Jenny, you want to just grab?
I think that's a terrific idea and very good, and I do think we need greater specificity. I'm just worried about us overloading the reader with so many different areas. If we've got these, it's going to be 4 times 3 then. That's a lot of research questions to take in. So I wonder if we should just say something like, here's an example of one that we would do. Here's the gap, here's the gap, here's the question, here's the gap, here's the design.
Well, then I like that because we could sketch out the overall area and then say, for example, a gap that we perceive in this particular topic is this, and then this is what the question is, and then this would be the study design. And we do that 4 times. Just from a writing point of view, is I don't think I can squish in with all the criteria that they've set that we have to talk about. That would be just about the maximum space. I think that would be getting pretty tight. Do we have a question over here? Sorry, somebody. Sorry, no. Jump in. You sure? Sure. Okay. If he comes back, let me know.
I just wanted to add that I think that when we were talking about that Activity 2 section, we were thinking of ways in which the criteria to judge studies throughout the entire tenure of the grant could be made much more compact, and that would leave space to do the things that we're talking about for each cluster to have so here's the gap, here's our research question, here's our design. I think we felt we could find ways to write those criteria more compactly and make some space for you.
No. Yep. Oh, okay, please.
I guess the point I was going to bring up is we also discussed when you look at the overall amount of funding going in that that part should have a bit more heft to explain where all this money will be going.
Okay.
So if we look at that 2 point, those activities in terms of amount of funding over the 5-year period, it's quite a bit of, it's approximately half the grant.
Yeah, it's actually 60, almost 60, over 60%. Yeah. Martha?
There's a bigger question that got raised very astutely. Apparently, in the criteria for a partnership grant, 40% is based on long-term viability. And nowhere in this documents that I have do we even use those two words, never mind address them. And long-term viability, as I understand it, means after 5 years, what happens to this coalition? So it has to be addressed. It could be in the governance management, performance management section, but you got to talk long-term viability. And if it really is 40%, that's a big whomp.
Okay. Maybe so. If I could, then maybe what I'd like to do is just to bring out other hot issues from that first conversation, just gaps in the that people collectively see as problems in the way the grant is being pitched or structured, or just if your group kind of focused on something, this has been very helpful. And then I'll move into some of the governance stuff in a few minutes. But I just want to make sure we mind what happened there. Did you have a?
So in our group, we discussed whether or not we needed a common theoretical framework, and I think we all finally agreed potentially that it would be too ambitious to have a common theoretical framework, but that it might be helpful to have some guiding principles. And one of the principles that we discussed was the issue of children's agency, so the notion that they're not just passive recipients, but also agentic. And when I'm looking at these clusters, except for the second one, all of this is talking about things happening to children. So it's not, in my view, very child-focused. Like, it doesn't bring children's rights or their agency very much to the fore. So if we think about, for example, the first one, economic, political, and social issues affecting children. The last one, the social determinants of well-being and their impact on refugee children and youth. So it might just be semantic, but I do think from reviewers who are more sort of pro-child rights, it might read as if it's a little bit more of a passive approach to children.
Thank you. My concern, looking at the proposal, was the flow from the page 7-8 to top of page 8, where you say who we are. And I understand, as discussed very well, that there need to be some discussion of what is the shortcoming of previous research. Once you do that, I think right away you should say, accordingly, we have the following 4 research questions. 4 questions which are actually your clusters. If you discuss these 4 questions, what are the 4 clusters that you have at top of page 8 could become 4 questions. So what are the economic, political, and social issues affecting immigrant, refugees, etc.? Now, once you do that, then you can say, accordingly, we establish 4 clusters, each of them addressing one of these questions. So now you have a flow from research problems, previous research problem, what are the questions, and why we have clusters. And now once you have the clusters, I would put activity 2 at the top, because activity 2 deals with the assignment of budget for the clusters. Now you have a flow of the project as you start from where the literatures are going, what kind of shortcoming they have, what kind of research question you have to ask, what are the clusters in relation to research questions, how the governments of those funding for the clusters, and the remaining activities which relate to each of these clusters to start with. But activity 2 is the core of it, the first question. This is the money which is going to these 4 clusters that they're going to do this activity, but plus all these other activities.
Interesting ideas. Quickly, bouncing off Lori or Yep.
I just want to bring in, so for the research that we did in the summer, we also put it in a positive light, saying, because that resonated with me. I agree. I think it's important to say that we're understanding the impact, we're looking at the effect of adversity, et cetera, but also we want to learn about the factors that make some of these children resilient, make them successful in the future. You know, some of them are going to grow up and become leaders. So what factors are making them successful or setting them up for success, so that we can understand that and be able to translate it to another refugee group or other refugees. So more putting our research in a positive light, not just saying we're studying the children and seeing how the deficits or how adversity is impacting them, but more the positives.
Sure. Another good point. Great, Lauren?
And the other thing that our group talked about and wrestled with a lot is right now the grant reads a lot like it's about just Syrian refugees. So there's a benefit to doing that, right? There's fewer. We're more focused on a single group, and there's less variables, and we've got gaps, right? Because there's hardly anything in the Canadian and international literature on this group. But then the reality is from the service provider perspective, they're servicing all refugees, and so the things that we learn from this group of Syrians might benefit other refugees. But how is it that we write this issue into the grant? Are we just a Syrian refugee study, or are we more open? And I think all of the clusters need to have this discussion as well, because if some clusters we just want to just do Syrians, and other clusters maybe want to do comparative stuff, we're going to have a problem with cohesion.
So one of the, I'll just come to you saying, one of the ideas was that we do sell the grant. I mean, I hate to be crass about this, but you sell it as Syrian refugee focused because that's the catalyst, but that what we're learning here is going to be useful for other cohorts. And in fact, I mean, the research will include other cohorts of refugees, but that, the catalyst in the middle is the experience of the Syrians coming, because we have this moment in time where you have such a large cohort entering Canada at one time. It has happened before, but to have that opportunity to actually conduct research on this, but making this more overt rather than less clear. Well, that's a good, yes.
If there's clusters that are thinking, well, we want to do Syrian-only research, that's fine, but are there clusters thinking, well, we want to have a group of Syrians, but also a group from Sudan, so I think we need to make that very clear, because if it's a refugee expert that picks up this grant, that's going to be a big issue for them, I think.
Lucy, did you want to bring comment into that?
I was going to talk to it. I was going to make a similar point, and kind of, I think from the perspective of settlement organizations, we're interested in beyond Syrian refugees, and even this kind of idea that exists that the only refugees are Syrians. It's like a red flag almost, and I think it might be. I mean, I don't know if for the SSHRC people and reviewers there, whether they'll have that level, but certainly IRCC is thinking about that. That's kind of a red flag that people aren't really that well versed if they're kind of like, ooh, refugees, we've never done that before, here they are. So, and the other thing that we noticed is that there's no mention of refugee claimants in the grant application. So again, in the Syrian context, I'm not sure if there's been how many. I think there are Syrian refugee claimants coming over the border, but it's obviously not the focus. But certainly, if we're going to broaden beyond Syrian refugees, then we should probably at least mention that we know that refugee claimants exist.
I think on the same line, I think from community, obviously we have a lot of need for research. We never had enough resources. So this is an opportunity that we are hoping that really includes some of the questions we have in the community regarding the overall refugees resettlement. I mean, in this case, children and youth. However, I think the numbers are so big when you look at the entire population and so diverse. So I think that diversity a little bit really scares me at how we're going to do that. There's nothing wrong, maybe you propose that there will be two streams of research being done. Because I know whether we like it or not, refugees from Syria are more sexier these days, so everybody wants to do refugees Syrian. And I think most of the probably interest of German and other countries would be, because we are in touch with some of them, when you look at their interest is really focusing on the Syrian refugee. Whether it's good or bad, I don't know. We are going to get about 35,000, so that's a good number. Within that group, you have enough diversity. You got diversity of country that they stayed before they come, 3 countries, Jordan, Lebanon, and that impacts their resettlement. You have the diversity of private versus the government-sponsored refugees. You have enough diversity to make some good comparison, but also I think we may want to see how because we have spent more money, more resources on the governments, the refugees from Syria than other refugees. Maybe we want to measure that impact as well. And I think your other countries, probably they would be more interested at this point about the refugees from Syria. So is that possible that we say there are 2 streams of refugees we're going to research?
There's a problem of money. Also, you don't want to grant like this water it down either, because then if you dilute too far, then the perception is you're not going to do anything. So in some ways, I'm still hearing that we maybe have a concentration on the Syrians, but we say we're doing this to inform other cohorts, and we may also. By the way, have there been refugee claimants? Sorry, my ignorance on this, but those who know, is in fact that idea of including Syrian, do we include another PSR, GARs, blended, and refugee claimants? Should that be an edit in the document? Yes? Yes, for this part? Okay, thanks, that's all I need to know. But a couple more. Yeah. Lori, did you want to bounce back to that? And then.
I think whatever we decide, I think we should be upfront with that, right? So if we decide this is a Syrian refugee focus, let's not hide behind that, right? And this is why we're doing it this way. Or if this is a comparative focus, this is why we're doing it this way. And I think one of the things that would help us out tremendously is whatever we decide, Farabors, Lucy, Nabia, and all of our partners who are writing us letters, if they could write in their letters of support, we agree with this focus, whatever this focus might be, so that a reviewer doesn't say, well, the service providers actually think this.
Okay.
When in fact, the service providers are here at the table. If they could write that in their letters of support, I think that might also help mitigate some of this debate, issue, problem that we might have.
Sure, we can certainly look at that. Back to Abdi.
Yes, on the same point, I think somebody once had said that those who know one society know no society. So we can keep the focus on the Syrian refugees, but we can put it in a comparative perspective, so that they can be compared with non-Syrian refugees, they can be compared with non-refugees, and they can be compared internationally as well with the experiences of refugees in other countries. So if we can keep that focus, but at the same time highlight the comparative nature of the studies that would be done, then that would allow for all sorts of possibilities.
Okay. We have Sani TB is watching. Hi. Everyone can wave. No. She just wants to add in. I want to say the good news is that standard Arabic reading is shared by the entire population speaking Arabic, regardless of their nationality. So I'm taking that this is so in other words, what we study with one group, the Syrians, would have some semblance of application then, if I'm understanding Sana's comment, that it might have application. So I just want to put that out there. And feel free to, anyone out there, please do just text us or email, however we're getting those communications. Okay, I'm going to just take 1 or 2 more comments on this, and then I'm going to also, just because obviously the grant has many dimensions, I want to also move us into that as well. Please.
Yeah, I just wonder if we can get a little more clarity on the Syrian focus, because I hear us shifting to that, and that's fine. But I'm wondering, especially when it comes to some of the interventions around secondary data, I think it would be a complete shame to not use the kind of leverage that people seem to have around secondary data modifications and tweaking. and I'm assuming that would not be limited to Syrians. And, so if we're talking about where the focus is, I would hope that at least with the secondary data, we would really keep a comparative, and the idea of disaggregating data by country of last permanent residence, as well as birth, and some other things, if we're,
Sure.
I guess I'm not sure what that means, the Syrian focus, in terms of the scope of activities.
I mean, I think that as a quick response, the best route to go forward is to embrace that, look, the coalition was formed because of this moment, and this is a different moment, and it's the moment that's happening right now. But it doesn't mean that it's only this cohort. So it's the reality of doing refugee work right now in Canada over the last year and a half has meant that this was a big part of what's going on. But going forward in the next 5 years, I mean, this is still going to inform what we do, but when you look at data analysis, as you're saying, Lewin, you're not only going to look at, it's more looking at this temporal moment of who's coming in and the share of who's coming in at this moment, rather than, I think, focusing specifically on a country or an ethnic group within the country. That's the true strength, but it's just part of the narrative of getting why the coalition formed.
Okay. Can we put you on the spot, Francoise? Francoise, actually, could you came in late. You didn't get we didn't introduce ourselves. Do you mind just saying who you are?
I'm François No, so I'm working at StatScan. So I was in Berlin. I was also at the embassy. Got very interested in this proposal, this research. Got very excited at Berlin and thought that there may be opportunities for collaboration with StatScan and data for StatScan. On this, I really like what Abdi said. You don't know anything if you only focus on one thing. I think we need to. Yeah, I totally understand the moment. No issue. But you wanna, and even if you read just the title there, it's on refugee children and youth. So, do you want to add Syrian refugee all over? Maybe, but you have to have some perspective. And I understand what you're saying about there is diversity among the refugee, but it is a moment. It is a special group. We did a special effort. Maybe it will never happen again. So I think we have to keep some perspective, some broader perspective, if it's possible. And I hear the notion also of the sources of data that are. Yeah, they include a Syrian refugee, but it's broader than that. So that would be my 2 cents, but I'm not in any cluster, so.
You can.
I just want to add one piece to that. The thing that struck me at the time they came was they came at a very short period of time. It was literally a cohort. So it was literally a cohort study that Canada could do. It was a cohort of Syrian refugees. They arrived in this country over 3 months' time. So you don't want to lose that, but there's no reason why you can't compare them to other things. But they are a cohort, actually. Well, I know there's some still waiting, but there was a whole set that came in at one period of time.
I think we can definitely find Yogandra. You've been waiting, I know, and then I'll come back to Joanne, and I'm going to move the conversation to another platform.
Yeah, I'm still in a dilemma about whether just Syrian or broader. I'm leaning towards having more recency focus, like last 3 years, and that will allow for, because a large percent is Syrian, and it'll capture the moment as well. But if you do look at data, I mean, there were as many Iraqi refugees in the last 3 years. I mean, Syrian refugees came in a shorter time frame, but the numbers are equivalent, or maybe Iraqi refugees are larger as well. So if I would suggest a recency focus, like recent refugees in the last 3 years as a focus, that but then that'll give people who want to focus on Syrian refugees will, it'll naturally flow. But it'll allow for, because I'm hearing, especially from community agencies, that a broader focus makes sense, and I would agree. I wear both academic and community hat, and I would agree with that. I did have questions about activity A and B, but I'm guessing you're going into that later. Do the clusters also sort of co-lead and suggest measures for these secondary admin linked data that fit with the cluster focus? And how do they come together in the end, if so?
How about, let me make sure that you pull me back to that in about 3 minutes from now, because that might fit better with the governance structure, because that will help decide that. Joanne, can I give you sort of a last word on at least this focus of the topic?
Last word. That's a bit intimidating. I had 2 points. I think that the point that was raised a little earlier about long-term viability, having some points here where it's broader than just the Syrian refugees would speak to long-term variability, but more specifically for our cluster, because we want to look at the first and second language of the children, having it too diverse is going to make that too much of a challenge. And one of the things is not only are these individuals a cohort in terms of when they arrived, there's relatively speaking a great deal of homogeneity in their linguistic backgrounds. I know some of them speak Assyrian, some of them speak Kurdish, but Arabic is the main language, and it offers a certain research opportunity for our cluster anyway to take a more narrow focus.
Okay. Can I just read something out from Nina Spada? Spada? Hi, Nina. Welcome. I'll leave out the little preamble, whatever. Let's see, that Martha, the long-term viability of the coalition issue that Martha referred to may be connected to the question of the focus on Syrians as well as other refugee groups. In the language and literacy group, for example, the research questions will be focused on Syrian refugees, but they are relevant or indeed applicable to other refugee groups as well. And can be explored both within the context of the grant, comparative studies, as well as subsequent grants, since the theoretical and empirical issues are indeed similar. So I think that we're in a sense, we are reaching a consensus on this. It's just kind of a slightly amorphous blob of a consensus, but it's there. I think it's there. Did you want to one last, or can I? Yeah.
Just really quickly, my only concern is then how do you draw the connections, given that the Syrian refugees are very unique in terms of their background, how long it's been, the deficits compared to other refugees who perhaps came because of a natural disaster or came because of something that wasn't for 5 years. So I think it's important. I definitely understand the appeal of making it translational to other refugee groups, but we just need to highlight how we're making those comparisons.
Sure.
And
that no matter what we do, it will have that effect. If I could, just in the interest of time, because there are lots of other issues in this grant, and I know that let us circulate a second draft, and then we'll also have other opportunities to engage. If I could, because we are sort of sequencing into governance structure. So, and thank you for tolerating. Whenever you do, anyone who's ever had to put together one of these large grants knows that you kind of have to be a bit of a ringmaster. And my apologies if I have to keep forcing the conversation forward, but it's just the nature of, believe me, at 4 o'clock this afternoon, you don't want to leave here without every part of this grant reviewed, or else it creates a significant deficit, and you can actually lose a grant sometimes on a small detail just because you didn't spend any time on it. So there's a balance here. If I could, one of the things I can warn you, this we got caught up on in the LOI phase. This is probably one of those things that reviewers, they just absolutely love to disqualify grants on, big grants. Absolutely love to disqualify big grants on, is the governance structure. So this is what we have, and let me just walk you through this, and then I'm going to come back to, if I could, Yogendra, because your question is a really good example of why we developed the structure the way we did. And again, this is flexible. So if you're looking, there is, I'll start at the bottom, right? We'll start at the lowest, they really should be education and service providing organizations, as well as refugee families and youth themselves should have some sort of be consulted and stuff, and that those consultations and that participation should inform each of the 4 clusters, which we are going to shorten the names of and this type of thing. But that the clusters, as they are there now, they are very distinct, right? Each cluster is its own group, and they have certain responsibilities. And very specifically, they are supposed to be responding to the questions from their community. And they will be the ones who decide where the money goes. There is a portion of funding for each group, about $80,000 a year at the moment, that each of the clusters will have to assign to research projects at a minimum. Now, we're also expecting that those groups leverage that money to other grant applications, so that within the cluster you have 15 or 20 people who are cohesive and meeting online or meeting in face-to-face and attending conferences and being funded, that momentum creates momentum forward for grant applications to supplement and keep the coalition vibrant. If you go up a level, we then have a project steering committee, and that would have a representative from the refugee communities as well, one of the refugee communities. It would have, I think we settled eventually on 1 academic and 1 member of a service providing organization or educator from each of the clusters, so that those people then would go up. And there most likely would be the co-applicants. I mean, that would kind of be a natural synergy to the grant, so that one of the 2 academic co-applicants and the service providing organization rep would then sit up on the project steering committee. So essentially you'd have a 9, I think it works out to maybe 9 or 10 people, depending on how we sort of count it, that type of thing. And then there is an operations committee, which basically is, how do we do that? I think it was myself, and it was probably our VP research, so it'd be Martha, and of course, maybe one other member, just some I forget exactly the exact constellation, but basically a smaller working group to make nimble decision-making processes, whether it's staff hirings or reviewing budgets or, just the stuff of what actually has to happen. There would also be, by the way, I'll talk to staff in a second, and then we are talking about an advisory council. There are probably other people that we want to bring into this grant, not as full, necessarily. I'm forgetting this. Was it collaborators? Or this was an advisory. I'm looking at Howard. We went through so many different iterations of this. And the advisory council, I think, was just sort of, we wanted that there could be a need for people outside of ourselves, internationally, who are interested in this topic, and who could be sort of an advisor to the flow of the grant and the administration of the grant. And they also kind of give us opportunities to have people, adding their content into research projects or being out there as supervisors for, people who can sit on doctoral committees and all that kind of stuff. So that was sort of one of the structure. That was structured. From a staffing point of view, the only staff involved in this is there is 1 core hire, a project manager, who would be a staff member who obviously has to keep this whole thing going, et cetera, et cetera. And the funny conversation we had was, what do you pay that person? There seems to be a lot of exploitation of young academics going on in this country, I gotta say. So anyways, that was a funny conversation. What do we pay them? And we watched different people bidding up or down the price of what it costs to have that position filled. Martha, did you want to jump in?
So my day job is to design these all the time. Your arrows are going the wrong way. Unfortunately, it's top down. And the operations committee, it's not going to wash. They want to hear it's a governing council. They want to see the weight of it. So you could call it an executive council or whatever. And you got to describe who's on it. Generally, these scientific things have an international science advisory committee called an ISAC that are top experts in the world that you consult with on an ongoing basis, whether it's once a year or once every couple of years, but they keep orienting you. Are you hitting the right notes? Are you getting the most important pieces? And in the case of this, they'd have to come from the areas of the different groups. So, if I look at it with my administrative hat on, it just doesn't wash for me. Because the arrow is the wrong way, but 2, because you've got to show weight. You've got to show We got a group of people who up here, they know what they're doing administratively, and they've got the clout to make sure that this happens and happens in the right way. And you've got to say we've got international scientists that are coming in. We've got the leading people in the world here that we're going to be consulting with. So I think you just have to do some name changes, because it's not. The other thing is it an organizational chart or is it a governance chart? If it's governance, governance. And then you have to say to your governance committee, and this goes back to your issues, Michael, with the famous documents, it will solve disagreements. You have to give them that role, so that if there are disagreements about IP, if there are financial disagreements, this is the body that'll take care of it for you.
So, yeah, great. And we were thinking of this as a governance chart in a sense, not just organizational chart, because the staff are not on there. It is a governance model in which, you're right, it should be it could be an executive committee, and it could be an international scientific advisory committee, that's for sure. And you're right, the arrows, we could reverse it, since the flow of direction probably goes down, or make them double-ended or something like that. I'll just go around. I have a feeling people are going to want to comment, so we'll just jump in and and then I'll come around.
One very specific point is that children are not in the bottom circles, and I don't know if that was deliberate because of ethics or if it was an oversight, but if the whole thing is focused on children, they should be in that circle. And the second point is, it's unclear to me the relationship with the German counterparts. So I understand they're not here today, but there are some references made to them in the document. So it might be helpful to clarify that, whether or not, and in fact, could they be part of this International Advisory Council or representatives of them on it?
That's probably where they would be, or Karen Zimmer, who you'll meet tomorrow, will actually be is a collaborator on the grant. So some are actually, we do have international scholars as collaborators on the grant as well. It doesn't preclude that they can't be part of the coalition. Abdi?
For the advisory council, I like Marta's idea that it looks better and it provides better input if it is international.
Yes.
But I was wondering whether we want to keep it just academic, because it can incorporate people from policy making circles or from the settlement agencies as well.
Yeah, and the other thing you tend to do with, like your executive committee, actually, this has got to be, you got to have a VPR on there or their delegate. Like this is not the PI is on there ex officio.
Yeah.
And you can have one of the Germans, for instance. You can you've got to figure out who are your upper level people that you're going to put on that council, because they are going to have to resolve disagreements. So you've got to have some administrative types on that committee, and that isn't the descriptions where it says an executive committee, which this is a version I have, comprising the applicant, the lead project manager, and the co-chairs. No, that's your project steering committee. Your council, and ex officio on your council will be StatsCan and IRCC. You'll have a member from them right on the council. So I can work with you on this, because we do these all the time in my office.
Sure, if you want to just give us a redraft, an idea, for sure. Quick other comments on the governance structure. Well, let me be very concrete then. So to go back to Yogandra's comment about, so what data, so for instance, if we were to make a decision about what administrative data, so potentially we're going to have money, we're going to have almost $50,000 a year of the grant, just goes to hiring a half-time postdoc and funding student internships to work with CISSA and a variety of other organizations and StatsCan and the provincial government and the different whatever, to actually make the administrative data make sense, to see what we can aggregate, to see if we can package it, to see if we can share it, and to actually run analyses that if ISANS wants to have, where's ISANS? Where's ISANS here? So, hi ISANS. If you wanted an analysis that could be done. Now, so that we've put like $50,000 a year into 10% of the budget is just in that capacity. So the question wasn't who decides what those questions are, what gets run. We were imagining something along the lines as concrete as that those questions would come out of the boxes at the bottom. Well, they would come out of the communities. There would be a group of people in these clusters led by the co-applicants who would then say, oh, this is an interesting question. We need to actually look at this. And that would probably be identified to the project steering committee, which would then as a group reconcile or see if there's overlaps, maybe say this year it's this question, next year it's this question. There would have to be some sort of horse trading and negotiation at the level of the project steering committee that would then say this is where we're going to invest that money. I mean, I don't know if there's a better way to do this. That's because it is a centralized resource. Obviously, the International Advisory Committee could have a say if that's a good question to answer. They may be able to advise on how that research, how that aggregation of data could be done. I mean, there's a variety of things that we could do with this. Is that a concrete example, or does anybody see that as problematic to what I just described? Too hierarchical, we should all do interpretive dance or something? Jump in and then we'll just go around.
I would like to know what Martha thinks of this. I think from the way it stands right now, there doesn't seem to be a lot of between interactions between the different clusters. So it shows as if they're independent and not communicating with one another. I thought of the, you know how they use the entropic circles, and they, for between whatever structure, so for example, the operations committee, whatever you want to call it, has direct input in everything, and so you draw a line to all those different structures, and so the weight on the circle increases and the width increases. It takes more surface area, and then you'll draw all those lines between. Do you know what I'm talking about? Am I going on that? But they're called like entropic
Send me
circles.
a picture. No, but if you do have a good visual representation, do send it along. Absolutely,
yeah, okay.
that would be helpful. So yeah. And again, we can see if it, in fact, if people, because in some ways simplicity is usually, these things are usually incredibly simple, I must say. Lisa, did you want to jump in for a second?
Data that keeps coming up, and one of the concerns that I have is making sure that all the SPOs collect the same data. They don't. So a lot of these questions and things, are we building in like basic setting of the guidelines of what data? So we're talking about what we're going to do with the data, but how do we ensure that we have that pan-Canada data when every SPO is collecting different data? Everyone puts things into iCare, but iCare is the system that IRCC uses for data collection, but the interpretation of what goes into iCare, the understanding of iCare and the way it's inputted is quite different from different SPOs. And then people might have other provincially funded projects that they're doing in the different data. So I just want to put that out there, that we need to be getting the SPOs together on the data collection bit.
Cool. I don't think that plan, I thought the plan was maybe over 5 years that there's more aggregated data and there's more coordination, but it wasn't necessarily the overt goal to have everyone streamline the data sources nationally. Though that could be a separate project. I mean, that, we could use the coalition to help do that. Right. Sure. Okay.
Yes, thank you. On the question of data or datum, I would suggest Monsieur No tomorrow to give us a layout of the progress in administrative data that Stats Canada is projecting or using or producing, because if you ask yourself the question, where do we get the refugee variable in surveys or census or whatever that form is? I have worked with IMDb, but it's tax filers data. So ask yourself the question, where is it going to come? And one of the answers at the moment of data gaps is collect it yourself, right? Using secondary sources. So it's very important to, at least for the people in government, to tell us what's the state of affairs with the collection of refugee data. Because we have great plans, but the data is not there. Then we'll have to resort to ethnography and content analysis And sometimes that's not enough because it's anecdotal.
If I could short, tomorrow, when the Germans, are we doing this tomorrow? A bit?
In Berlin, Howard presented quite a bit on the IRCC data. If I recall well, there was a nice big chart that, on one slide, how did they call it, framework or data framework, and it shows both what StatsCan has and working on, and the IMDb, for instance, and what actually IRCC has as additional data, including the iCare. So I hope Humit will be there tomorrow. So maybe he can talk about. Humit's got this big map. Following Berlin, I kind of realized there was a new children health survey, that was going to be piloted in the fall, and then I circulated that, and then people said, oh, that's very interesting, so maybe there is a vehicle there that we can hook on. And so that's a presentation that is planned for tomorrow. Also in Berlin, myself, I talked a little bit about all the linkage that we do. So I don't know, maybe we could have a slide or two on what you're saying. So I certainly see that slide that was presented by Howard, and I can look at if I have a similar overview kind of slide. But there are issues. Of course, the admin link data, the access, they're not in the RDCs. There are research data center. There are pilot projects. So the timing, I don't know. It's also possible, I guess, to work on StatsCan premises. I don't know if people can work directly on IRCC. So basically, we make, say that research assistant becomes a deemed employee of StatsCan. Yes. And then can work from the inside, so having access to the candy store from the inside, making sure that all the rules are respected and confidentiality and so on are protected. So
there you go.
So, but there is a dialogue. There is something to be agreed around. So just to conclude, the final focus. The focus tomorrow is really on that new held children's survey that I think creates some kind of an opportunity for this group. And I'm very eager to see Umit's reaction and other people's reaction.
From IRCC. So we've heard it first here that the federal government is now a candy store. Thank you. I didn't realize the government had changed that much, but that's really good to hear. In terms of data, let me make a proposition then for this afternoon about the flow, just to sort of bring us around to this conversation. This has been incredibly useful. Thank you for allowing me to interrupt keep it moving. But this is my suggestion: is that we actually use from 1:30 to 2:45, that hour and a quarter when you come back, that you return to your small groups. Now, you feel free to infiltrate another group if that's what you want to do. You're quite welcome to move around. It's not a fixed. You can invite yourself into another conversation if you so choose. I'm going to suggest this, though, that the best use of that hour might be to ask you to, indeed, identify gaps, a concrete gap in our knowledge of your area, to generate at least one hard research question, possibly two if you like, and to then propose a brief description of a study that should be written up in the grant. And if I could say that, and then to look at the literature that is being referenced, and if there's any broad theories that should be introduced, that you are basically editing that grant if you have a version, if you can access a version with you in the group, or at least you can sort of pull together some of the core ideas. Or assign somebody to send me an edited version of the grant after this meeting today. That I think if you can go from gaps and theories and stuff to research question to a study, and then that, even if we generate many studies, at least that also means that you as a working group do not leave here with just this one partnership grant as the idea. That you're actually leaving here today well, one with the Germans tomorrow, that would be even richer, but that we start the momentum towards actually moving on to other research grant designs, because we want to support, just like we did with the rapid funding, we want to keep this momentum going for other research applications. So would that be an agreement? Abdi, do you want to just throw in a thought on that before we end?
We just meet jointly.
Well, if that's possible, would you guys like to join the or are you guys okay to meet separately? I'm just looking at the well-being folks. No, he's talking. No. Could I? Okay, if that's the case, could I make a suggestion then, just from a sound point of view, that the small group focused on well-being move to the vestibule, because it's a nice intimate space. It's okay if it's a small group. That the well-being group will move out there. The social integration group and the economics group will meet in here at 1:30, and the language learning people will again cloister themselves behind boardroom doors off of the food. Okay? If we have a plan, that will go from 1:30 till 2:45, and then we'll have a break, and then we'll be back in here at 3 o'clock for, again, large discussions on knowledge mobilization and some of the other really important parts of this grant. Thanks ever so much. We'll see you at 1:30, and there should be lunch waiting for you just outside. Package.
Check.
Okay,
check,
so
check. 1 2 check.
audio check,
One
1
check.
2
1
1 2 3. Audio check, 1 2 1 2 3. Hey, 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 hey. From up close and from a distance, 1 2 1 2 3. Audio check.
Check check 1 2 1 2 check check test 1 2 1 2 3 test test check 1 2 1 2 test check check 1 2 test vérification 1 2 check check 1 2 nothing check check 1 2 1 2 3 check 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 1 2 1 2 check 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 test 1
Check, check. 1 2 1 2 3. 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Check 1 2 1 2 test test 1 2 check check 1 2 1 2 check check test 1 2 check check test test 1 2 check check test 1 2 that crazy EQ was causing the problem. One, two, check, check, test.
I think that's it. I think so too. I think we have a winner. I think we have a winner.
I think once you did the EQ, that was the main.
That was about the gain. I padded the input, brought the gain up, so that it was out of peaking, and then we brought the EQ back up. I had no idea the EQ was like that.
On the other ones, is it like that too?
Well, it's only, we only have one microphone channel going.
Because look, all the EQs are crazy. Well, I know it's just the first one. Yeah.
Can you set all from one channel to all the others?
Probably
Copy
could, but we'll do it after because I don't want to.
So at the end of the day, do we drag this back to the office or over to
Yes,
Demeray?
please.
It's in Demeray 1202 now. Just the live stream's continuing.
No, she's not doing a live stream.
Okay.
No, the gig itself isn't, but there's no live stream.
Okay.
No.
So back to the office then, okay.
No, so this should be.
Hey, folks, we'll start here in a minute. Give our folks out there in Cyberland a chance to participate. Okay. Can I bring everyone back, if possible? Great. Hey. Maybe I'll shuffle everybody in. I'll get Amber to... We'll get everyone in. Great. Hello. Welcome back, everyone who's signing in via the web as well. So there's a few other parts of the grant we thought we would go through, such as the budget and knowledge mobilization strategies and that type of thing. I did want to sort of fill you in a little bit on what's going on. Is everyone pretty much, I think everyone's pretty much back? Okay, great. So a few things. One, we do, in the grant this time, for some odd reason, SSHRC added another requirement called evidence of participation that has never been in there before, according to Howard. Or Howard, you never saw these pages, these 20 pages of, and what they're looking for is things like memorandum of understanding. This was quite explicit. If you call them, this is what they're talking about. Even on the webinar, they were talking about this stuff. So what we're going to, if you have, so I basically, if you have a grant application where you've leveraged your participation in the coalition, we need to show that. We're also going to try and develop a memorandum of understanding or some sort of proxy document or something for how we can work together as a coalition. And I may get one organization to sign it, just as a template for everyone else, just to show. We're also getting a memorandum of understanding with our German colleagues tomorrow. This is all in the works. So that will be another document we'll submit. We're going to show agendas. But if there's anything else that you're working on that shows that the coalition has had an impact on your work, and you can show it in a concrete piece of evidence, that's kind of what we'll need as well. Okay? I had wondered if any of those targeted grant applications came out of this specific work here, but it doesn't sound like that's actually been the case yet. So, you know, unless, did you guys get, you guys didn't get other monies, did you? Through Patrick and you and, no. So that, so that's kind of what the idea is, that we have to show some evidence that the coalition actually is working together and has agreements and et cetera, et cetera. Now, I'll throw this out to you. If anyone has a really great IP, intellectual property template, that they would like to use for the coalition, well, want to grab that? Just so we can...
So, second of all, every one of our universities has a different IP policy. Dal has a very particular one that only Waterloo shares in. And Alberta has a different one from U of T. You have to go by the intellectual property rules of the institution in which you work. So you can't have a single intellectual property policy for this. You can have a document that says, will follow the guidelines of the two investigators or the various investigators' intellectual property policies, and any disagreements will be settled according to the way their universities settle those.
Right, but we do also have community partners, though.
Yeah.
And so there's an issue of just making clear that if ISANS contributes, staff at ISANS contributes to a document, that their names appear on those documents, or if we produce
these
reports.
documents are copyrights. They're not intellectual property. Intellectual property, tel-quel, is a good that is salable.
I'm sort of caught between what is conventional university policy and this ridiculous requirement from SSHRC, which I don't even think will be read. I mean, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go through incredible gymnastics to have 20 pages of something there, and my guess is it won't be that essential, but we actually have to produce 20 pages of something. I'm sorry, we have to do this somehow. So I've got 20 pages I've got to fill with proof, and they say intellectual property, not my wording, they say MOUs, intellectual property.
Yeah, where it is pertinent, but it's not really pertinent in this kind of grant. It can be pertinent in other kinds of grants. Because you're not likely to come up with product here. Unless, Jenny comes up with some checklist for families she then markets and is salable.
I'm like this. I know there's a lot of wisdom on these grants here, so that I'm struggling with this as well. This is definitely throwing me for a loop.
So what I think is probably more relevant in terms of this grant is not so much intellectual property, but agreements on protocols for writing papers, for data sharing, for authorship, for collaborating across clusters. I think that's probably our equivalent of IP. And I think a few of us have some examples of some of that we could probably share with you.
I just wanted to make 2 points. The first is that the list is out, the SSHRC-funded special targeted. It came out this morning. So if you want to look at who got it, it's all up on the web now.
Great.
So in case there's any links of people who aren't here. The second thing is it's actually evidence of partnership, not evidence of participation that they're looking for.
Yes, evidence of partnership.
So basically, that's why I had mentioned this morning, you can show all of the build up to it, the meetings that you've had. So those are all relevant. And the other thing I would also say is any common agreements. So I would suggest maybe we would agree on, for example, standard ethical principles or standard principles around ownership or publication or who acknowledgements or something like that. And then if everyone has agreed to that, then that could be evidence of partnership or agreement within the grant.
It's a great idea. You wouldn't happen to want to write a page of that and send it around, would you? I'm serious, yeah. And Howard, I mean, would you be willing to send me something on protocols for data sharing? And then what we can do is just, basically as a coalition say, I can circulate them and get some sort of buy-in through people. And, just a few of these roughed-in documents that the leads, at least, we have 12 leads, we would, 13 with myself, that we would all sort of say, yes, this is, we would somehow concur on this stuff. Would that be okay? So the question is, what do we think we're looking for in an MOU? That was SSHRC hasn't been, well, they want to know that we have I guess I want to know is, can I actually transfer money? If we get the money, how are we going to transfer it to our community partners? Remember, community partners are a big part of this. It's not just academics to academics, eh? So I think there's a real push to say, how are the community partners ensured a place at the table? Well, we have a governance structure that ensures that. How do we, if we can pay for people's time, we can actually buy salary time with money from this grant. So if we use up ISAN's staff time to do something, we can actually pay as part of the research projects. We can actually pay for that. The reason we haven't put that a lot in, because it actually takes money away from students, and therefore it decreases our competitiveness. And usually it undermines the fact that as a partner, you're supposed to be making in-kind donation to the coalition. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. You can put it in, but you're likely actually to knock the chair right out from underneath you from a grantsmanship point of view. It's an interesting trick. It's like they trick you. They want to catch you. I'm just throwing that out. If other people have other examples of things that we could all collaborate on that would show evidence of partnership. Amanda?
Whether you looked at the MyTax or MeTax grants for partnerships. So it's now open social sciences, and that might be one way to still get student involvement, but some interactions that way.
For the MyTax, yeah. I think we've looked at the MyTax also for some of the international work as well. This is all good. I don't want to belabor this point. I just wanted to throw that out there. Any other quick, big, yeah, please.
An example of an MOU. So we did with the camp, we'd say, so from Happy's perspective, we provide the contact information of the participants, we provide the space. From a research perspective, this is your, so you're basically highlighting roles and responsibilities for what the organization is doing, what the researcher is doing, what happens before and after, and you just sign on it. Yes.
Yeah. Even then, if we had a template, or if we had a template for a project or something like that, you know, if you have a great example, if you have a very simple example, and you could send it if it's not proprietary, and you wouldn't mind sharing it with us,
No, I don't
that would
mind
be
sharing.
really terrific. That would be absolutely terrific. Okay. I want to put that bee in your bonnet, if you will. The other thing I wanted to do, so the thing I actually wanted to talk about then, and money. After a break, late afternoon, you've got to talk about money. So, maybe before I talk, so there's two things I wanted to discuss and make sure that again, I'm looking for critique, right? We're looking for the spirit of, you know, does this work, does this not work for you? There is a 4-page budget sheet. This is actually about a 3-page budget in the document. I don't know what page it is offhand. The way I'm set up here, I don't have my computer open in front of me. But if you go to the budget pages, maybe somebody's on them. If you could just shout out what page it is. 26, right? 26, 27. What you're going to see is it's pretty straightforward budget. I mean, you know, it's travel dollars for students, it's meetings, it's stuff like that. The two biggest categories, which I just want to make sure we have we have agreement on or we're going to change, is first of all, the $50,000 for aggregation of these partnerships with StatsCan and IRCC, this sense that we're going to, if you read it through, it talks about hiring students and a postdoc to help aggregate data and make data more accessible to everyone. Howard, do you want to say anything else about that, or is there any need to, I don't want to put you on the spot, but is there anything I've sort of...
I can say more if needed, but otherwise no.
Okay. So if anyone has any questions about that, but we've invested that kind of money to create, someone referred to it as a spine for the whole grant. It was a really good idea. I thought the analogy was really powerful.
So to kind of explain the logic behind that, from another partnership grant that I'm part of, and also the logistics of what we're doing, is that, you know, we need something that holds everything together. And we also can have a great opportunity to fulfill a need, I think, that service provider organizations often ask for, which is there's a lot of information out there, but it's hard to compare across the whole country, across different contexts. And so in other partnership grants that have been fairly successful, what they do is they pick a few small issues. They have one data person that runs common data runs for the whole country. And then the different nodes end up engaging that data, and there's a common base to have as a conversation. And so the idea of creating that kind of half position in this coalition, and it could certainly be supplemented by any of the nodes if they wanted extra runs to make it a more robust position, is to create this data spine, because with a data spine you can then build off of a spine to create smaller studies. And then have more power with those studies if you align the questions in a way that are linked to bigger samples. And so this is the logic behind creating some funds behind that money, and I can get into more detail, but that's the kind of logic of creating that backbone that gives a solid place that everybody has some common data element.
So that's any quick questions? Is that okay for everybody? Does that make a reasonable investment? See Abdi's hand.
In terms of the presentation of the information on the budget, I think if we can, we have only 4 pages to, I guess, include all the information on the budget. If we can cut it down to 3 pages and include an Excel sheet at the end, sort of with itemized budget.
That's
there.
in the grant.
But that gives a summary, I guess, of the major items, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's broken down by travel, salaries, postdoc, master's level.
Okay, so if
students and
it
stuff,
is
yeah.
there not, then but
Sorry, yeah, that what you have there is the explanation for the table that's actually online that you don't have access to yet. You'll see a PDF of that eventually. My apologies. It's a bit. You can't really extract it out without. Yeah, my apologies. Oh, sorry. Hi, Jane. Hi.
Just a quickie, yeah. So, Mike, I'm just wondering, what about, say that the what Francois is talking to us about the children's health questionnaire, the study, the possibility of an augmentation of that through StatsCan, and we'll hear more about that tomorrow. But say that we wanted to do a little piece of extra measurement, which IRCC didn't want to fund and StatsCan wasn't funding. Would this placeholder be a spot for some piece of measurement like that? In which case, should we be thinking about more money? So I'm just wondering about where and how that would come in under the budget.
My gut reaction would be no. It actually would be more, this is a secondary analysis spot. It's where we are working with data that does exist. So if StatsCan does the child study, this would be a place where we would have resources to help translate that study. It would probably be a bit late to get, but out to our members of the coalition, as opposed to original data collection. To do that, we would probably talk about leveraging the coalition's money to go further, to get the secondary, to get more money to help them to do that. Now, that said, coalition members, you could use your cluster funds to pilot, or to, say, for instance, StatsCan didn't want to do a piece of it, then a cluster could take on that as part of their job and maybe do the piloting of the method of the questions for, if StatsCan would even partner on something like that, but the money would come from the coalition, from the cluster. So let me explain, Jen, if it's okay, let me just explain that. So each cluster, what we've done is we've taken $320,000 a year, which is $80,000 per cluster, and put that money that will be given as grants through each cluster. So each cluster will control $80,000 a year. That's one of the things that each cluster is going to be responsible for doing. And we decided in Berlin that we would, each cluster, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody wants to jump in from that meeting, was that each cluster would think about that money in different ways. Because different clusters have different, the kind of research you do is different. If you're, and we used examples of, big, analysis of media and stuff it might not cost. It might cost $10,000 or $20,000. But long-term observational studies of a child over time where you're creating multiple assessments and going in and testing the child's language skills and monitoring their homes and all this stuff, that could eat up the whole $80,000 possibly for 3 or 4 years to do one detailed study like that. So we left it to the discretion of the clusters on how to spend the money. The only qualifier is that most of that money has to go to students. So you can't actually use that money to create infrastructure that, like a staff person to administer. You really got to use students to do the grants. And that is because SSHRC sets a very high bar that most of them, a large portion of the money has to go to students and student training. At the moment, we can argue with SSHRC that I think somewhere we're close to 70% or more of the budget, I'm sure it's actually going to be much more than that, is actually going to students, which is really going to make us look more competitive in this competition. So I wanted to throw that out. So $80,000 a year, the clusters will have some decision making, whoever's the leads on the clusters will have decisions about, who gets that money in consultation, and then of course the the steering committees will sort of help coordinate that a little bit and have some potential oversight, or at least there would be a level of accountability at least. Please. Hi, John.
Mike, I just want to ask one question that came to mind is that we were discussing is, what if 2 clusters want to plan a project together? And how would 2 clusters or members of 2 clusters, how would that work with respect to our, 80,000 each or whatever you want to call it, because I mean one of the criteria is that one has to involve more than one cluster in the projects one's proposing. So how would that work in terms of budgeting?
In fact, it's to be decided by the clusters. We assume that sometimes there might be a project where two clusters could meet, through a conference call and say, we have this great project, but it's going to need it touches two areas. You throw in 10,000, we'll throw in 30,000 because of the balance or something, or vice versa. That is totally possible in this way we could work. So we were imagining that there would be communication across the clusters, and probably through if it couldn't go cluster to cluster, then it could also be done through the steering committee. That there could be conversations. The competitions for the money we are assuming would be at the same time relatively, so that this could be negotiated out. But a good point. Maybe it is worth having a phone call across a combined group meeting of all the leads of the clusters once a year, just as the grants are being decided, to see if there's overlaps and having some mechanism to decide that. This came up in our conversation just last hour as well. I know I'm not being very clear because it's a work in development.
What if we want to propose a longitudinal study? Is that also going to work in this?
We talked about this a little bit, and if you did, then my understanding is, I'm looking at my colleagues, my understanding is that it would be okay, as long as the cluster management said, we're willing to devote a lot of our funding for multiple years.
Right.
It wouldn't increase your budget.
Right.
Unless you could.
It's still possible, because it's not like there's a funding competition, although I'm uncomfortable with that kind of model with a so-called partnership. But anyway, if it's supposed to be once a year, supposing one cluster, like we've talked about, maybe at least a 3-year kind of study of one sort, and that would be a commitment for 3 years. But there's still room for that as a possibility if in the group. I'm just wondering.
So one of the ways to kind of ensure the ability to do that is, as the cluster discusses principles for how it wants to distribute the money. I know that I think a couple of the clusters, and I could be wrong about Abdi, Yoko, and Lucy's cluster, but I think kind of like the social integration cluster, the idea is to hold back a little bit of money to do top-up of projects or multi-year projects. It's marginal amounts in terms of the big picture. However, the research of these clusters tends to be much more secondary analysis of data, so that kind of holdback is enough to do some of that. So, I can imagine that being something that can be done from other clusters as well. Likewise, it can be used as a proof of concept money to try and seed, another grant to do the longitudinal work. And yet another option would be that if we are working with the bigger data, with the data spine, and that you can create kind of quasi-longitudinal studies going backward or forward with administrative records, which doesn't work as well with the health the well-being and with the language and literacy, but just throwing out various options.
So sorry, please, I can't see. Jump in, hi.
The knowledge mobilization, would the money for that come out of the clusters as well, or does that come straight from the central?
We have additional funds.
You have a separate pot.
Yeah, some of that, it's not unlikely if you get, say, $30,000 for a research project that someone would build in some travel to a conference into that. But there's also, I think we've reserved about 5% of the grant or something for centralized knowledge mobilization functions.
And I'm not sure if this is the time to mention it, but we had some very effective knowledge mobilization activities with Metropolis where we actually hired students to work in our agency on knowledge mobilization, so it kind of kills two birds with one stone.
That would be perfect. That's exactly it. And I'll switch to knowledge mobilization just in a couple of minutes. I just wanted to make sure that there was no surprises on the budget and that we understood everyone. There's actually given how reasonably small, ironically, when you say 2.5 million, it's a small budget, but when you're trying to do something on this scale, it quickly disappears. The other thing you should know is, Igor, I heard we have a potential letter of support now for $20,000 a year in kind from the Alberta government. Which department of the government? Alberta Education. So that will bring in another $100,000. I feel like an auctioneer at a cattle auction here or something. There you go. So we have commitment of another 100,000 from them, and I think if you've seen the letters from, we have from StatsCan and the IRCC letter, has that come in? Would we be well over $1 million now in kind? Well, I was often. So we are well over $1 million. I want to thank everyone because a lot of it was your contacts that made that possible, and I think it puts us into like the 40, creeping up over 40% matching in kind and cash contributions. And on a partnership grant, that's amazing. We're very likely, especially with Dow's contribution, to come in close to 50% as a matching, 50% in matching funds. The requirement is only 35%. So that too will sort of add to the leveraging of what we're doing. I think it is it's significantly, it's growing significantly. A couple of quick comments on that, and I want to switch to just if there's any other ideas on how else to enrich the pot. We'll put a hat out later.
Just a quick question, Mike. Given your last point, if there are some additional funds that become available to the project, how would they get worked into the clusters?
So this is all in-kind contributions.
In case there were some cash contributions.
Yeah, if there's a few, there's like I think in all of it there might be 10,000, and most of that's for things like travel, where the business, they'll put up money for a student or an internship, a summer internship or something like that, and those would best probably be distributed based on the interests of the particular organization. So if iSands, I keep coming to you because of course we're nervous. If you somehow had some money that you wanted to put in and you wanted to hire a student over the summer, because you guys had some money from the feds for something like that, that could come through the coalition without any overhead or anything, but that could come through the coalition, and we just simply would say you would hire a student in, right? But it would be, if it's in Abdi's area, then that's the cluster that would manage that. If the question the student was asking was around politics or something, or social stigma, then they would we would just say, well, go talk to Abdi and Yoko. And that's how it would sort of happen, I would imagine. I'm talking this out. Like, if you see a better way, folks, just shout. Diane or Yogendra, I guess?
How much do we have for knowledge mobilization? I couldn't see it here. I was just wondering, for example, if part of the knowledge mobilization includes translating resources, reports into Arabic and other languages. I mean, that can cost quite a bit.
Yes. I think the last version of the budget I did, we included about 30,000 for contracts per year. So we have about, across the whole network, about $30,000 a year just for things like all kinds of different contracts, including translation services and stuff like that. So there is some centralized money for that. And no, I thought I mentioned knowledge mobilization, but maybe I'm missing it. There's been a lot of versions of that, but yeah. Okay. So there's some centralized funding for those kinds of activities.
Just a question and clarification question. For activity 3, implement and evaluate evidence-informed practices. In the introduction to activity 2, it suggests that activity 3 will be funded out of those annual amounts. Is that accurate?
Yes, so we group together, just for the clarity, we group together primary research, like basic research, and program evaluations. They're coming out of that same $80,000 pot.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. We didn't see it as distinguishing the two apart. These are good questions, though. This is great to clarify. We could, but it just felt, yeah, please. Oh, and SHRC, of course, doesn't fund program. You can evaluate a program. You can't do the program, right, with the money, right? Yeah.
One question came up in our group when we were discussing the funding. Would the funding be open to all Canadians, or would there be a priority for people who are already partners in the grant?
I think with reasonable limits, the collaborators on the grant would be the ones we would be talking to first. It's only 80,000 per cluster. Yeah, the people who have sort of invested at this point, we have enough people I mean, obviously there will be some people drop off, and I suspect there'll be a shift. There will be a few new people invited on to the grant as time goes on. That would make some sense. But I would imagine the money, I'm looking at Abdi, when we talked about this, we'd probably try and stream the money to the PIs, the co-applicants, and then the collaborators who are already part of this. You've invested the time. It makes sense that there isn't a huge amount of money here, but it would make sense that you benefit and your teams benefit. So that's the money side. I mean, it's actually, I guess the only other thing I want to say about money is it is meant to be leveraged. That is, we don't say that in the grant because they don't like to hear that. But of course, that is essentially what we're really hoping is that the coalition creates a powerful momentum and some stability so that when you're applying for future grants, you have access to a lot of capital. And we've seen this successfully done with the CYCC or other projects I've led. That's, I guess, what I'm saying. Okay, so that's part of it. So far, so good. Okay, and the only other thing is, and this list is going to be shortened, but you've all read this, or at least this is something I've just pointed out, is that there is, I'm not actually, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through this. This is just some of the criteria that we set when we were in Berlin for when a project would be fundable by the coalition. And I think it kind of makes mostly, I think if you read them through, it'd be reasonable. It's just some basic criteria that we all agreed upon in Berlin that would make some sense. I can give you a minute to just, if anyone has a specific question about that. Sure. If anything jumps out as problematic.
Thank you. I think you mentioned, and it's written that obviously they are looking for the community engagement, the partnership and collaborators from the SPOs. So going back to the experience we had with Metropolis, some centers did better than others, engaging the SPOs in working. I know that you have people here, but I would suggest maybe we have to come with a 2 or 3 pages strategy paper, engagement strategy, to basically spell out what you expect, who is going to be delivering, and a little bit of accountability there. Because I think, coming from Prairie, I think we did better than other provinces because we had that from the beginning. So I just wanted, I'm not sure if they're asking to be part of, because that's what it says 3 times actually. It emphasizes that they have to be involved. So my suggestion is to maybe, not now maybe, but if you don't have to submit it with the application, but definitely very soon maybe we should draft a engagement strategy as what do you expect from the SPOs and how they can get engaged.
And what they expect from the coalition.
Yeah, both sides, yeah. So I think that would be helpful.
That would be a great task right away, immediately, should we get the money, or even before perhaps, to begin to work on that particular question.
Yeah, in BC, we have a set of, like we call it community university research principles. They probably need to be expanded maybe or adapted because they're really not necessarily, they're not written for the purposes of a research coalition and how people will work together on a coalition, but they might be a good starting point in terms of kind of setting out how people want the relationship to be between SPOs and.
Would it be too much to task that would you be willing to sort of just take an hour and just craft those into something that we could circulate around the committee?
I can definitely send what we have, and I can do some thinking beforehand about what might need to change, but I definitely would want more people's thoughts on what might need to change, but yeah. That'd
be great. Fair enough, okay. Okay, so if I could then, so that's budgets, which are pretty straightforward. And then I just wanted to, in some ways, if we get through all this, or sort of concurrent with the research, there was a whole lot of ideas put out in regard to knowledge mobilization. There was a whole section of the grant. So for this last, in terms of our chatting here, the last piece of work before we kind of look through sort of a brainstorm of other issues, is I just wanted to talk about knowledge mobilization as strategies and to see, I thought we'd just do this collectively because just bring everyone's thoughts together. Igor is still taking notes. So these are just some of the ideas that have come out that are currently in the grant, and I'm certainly open to if people want to just throw out and spark each other onto some new ideas. So using infographics shared through social media. Making sure that our government contacts, of which we have a lot, that we get this information to them to spark policy and public debates. By the way, everyone should know that we've had fairly good contact with government departments throughout the development of this. Even it's mentioned in the grant we've had contact with Scott Bryson. This research coalition has come up several times now in federal government meetings. I think it came up once at cabinet, if I'm not incorrect. We've had on 2 occasions. One, we had an hour meeting with Minister McCollum himself, and we spent, he's himself an academic by training, and he seemed very keen on hearing us out and getting his department, IRCC, interested in working more with StatsCan on these issues. We're going to some of us are going to be at the UN General Assembly, where the focus is on migration and refugees on September 19th in New York. What else? We have, I think Lori's just left. She's off to talk with the Swedish parliamentarians, say that 7 times fast, about, and she's in a sort of a rather high-level group of folks talking with them, and she's sort of representing the coalition there today and some of her own work as well. So we have that. We're talking about developing policy briefs, policy checklists, hosting regional workshops like the one we held in Toronto back in March, in which we can get information out and packaged to our service provider organizations by engaging people and talking about best practices and using it in a very sort of more community-driven way of exchanging ideas. I'm just brainstorm this out very quickly, but we're predicting at least participation in 30 national level conferences, 15 international conferences. We have the funding and the collective will within our partnership to do that. There's a website, which we are now in the process of developing, and we will pester you for your bios and your photos and papers and stuff. So you can make this painless and just respond to the first email, or you can make this painful and respond when Igor calls you at midnight on a Sunday. You knew you're going to have to do that, right? Yeah. No, we are trying to get this information, and it's not just Igor now. Another a postdoc that's working with me, Joanne Jean-Pierre. She's working with us now as a postdoc. She was supposed to be here, but she was ill, actually. She's in Toronto this weekend. She's not feeling well, so I said, maybe better than coming and spreading germs and a bad cold, maybe it's better that you stay away from a national meeting. And she wasn't feeling up for the travel. But she'll also be in contact with you on this stuff. Facebook, Twitter, all those kinds of things. Again, if you have examples of a Twitter or web-based platform that you're already successfully using that we could integrate our findings into, I would love it if you could fill in that blank. That's all I need. I just need 1 or 2 examples of web-based platforms that you have that we could submit, we could fill in that little blank there. Okay? Is that making clear? So if you have one, if you could just email, in fact, if you had your email open now, just send me the link if you want to be the one right in there. Okay? Of course, regional presentations, annual meetings, international conferences that we can stage, press releases through the universities, popular press articles and op-eds, all that kind of stuff. We can also produce visual and audio data. One of the things that people are interested in doing is creating narratives of resettlement, creating stories to sort of back up the experiences. And of course, because we're academics, a lot of us, we have to publish in high-impact journals, not just any journals, but high-impact journals. And we're anticipating if we can make them open access, that would be great. It costs a lot of money. How we're going to fund all that, we're not quite sure, but that's a good question. I don't know, for those of you in the field, in my notes, it can be up to $3,000 an article to have it open access now, which is like, who's supposed to pay for all that is just beyond me as an academic. But anyways, hi, Martha. Yes. 0. That's right, and we are setting up a library repository through DAO, and that's mentioned in the grant. We have had meetings with them, and I guess there's some structure about how this could happen, and then it would be accessible that way. Press releases, popular press articles, producing visual methods, high-impact journals, edited volume. I'll make a small pitch. Lori and I are proposing an edited volume that combines papers from all 4 research clusters, and we're proposing that volume. And Lori and I have been working together just to kind of get that figured out. Anyways, it was just kind of an idea that you should get some notification of that probably within the next week or 2. And of course, hopefully other people will do other edited volumes based on the work of the coalition and papers and that type of thing. And finally, at the very bottom, youth-generated KMB. We do hope that people will figure this one out as well, is engaging young people in the KMB endeavor directly as well. Okay, so open forum. Any ideas, other ideas, spark us. And we're going to take notes and hopefully, plagiarize your ideas.
You talked about connecting with the SPOs, but I also wonder about the professional organizations. So, for example, like the Alberta Teachers of English as a Second Language, and those type sort of umbrella organizations that could make sure it gets to a larger section. So you have a limited number of SPOs that you're working with. But for example, if at the ATESL or the K-12 ESL Teachers Convention, there was someone presenting something, it would be a way to reach a larger number of SPOs. So like for Alberta, I'm the president of that group. So connecting with me and then with other people like that in different places would be a great way to reach a larger audience.
If I could, if you could then send me an email just with that one sentence detail so that I can then paste it into the grant. As an example, we'll go to, and then that's the specificity that I need. I mean, I only know my disciplinary home. I don't know yours. So if you could send me 3 or 4 more examples of either websites or conferences or anything that you would actually imagine attending with this material, that would be absolutely fabulous. Just if you could do that like tonight, that would be even better.
Will do.
When I was thinking about the knowledge mobilization, there was 2 pieces that came up in different interactions I had with teachers, other community groups that have been welcoming the refugee families and their children, is the just-in-time piece, so that they need information, like they might only have a week's warning and they need resources and information then. So there's this piece where I see we're going to be using the web, but are there some like web-based training videos that we could prepare that people could watch or at least get up to speed on some key issues to consider? And then the other piece that came up was scaling issues. So in Montreal, there'd be large groups arriving, but in smaller communities, it would be a much smaller group. So kind of figuring out how to scale the resources and scale things was a big piece. And I think that's something that together we can think about. And we may not become, with the links with this is a new term for me today, SPOs, may be able to think about what are some ways to scale things, and then are there certain issues that it's better to think about, well, like how can we bring together maybe 3 or 4 small communities together to do one action, or
very cool.
So those were 2.
Okay.
Hi.
Hey, Benita.
So
you didn't introduce. By the way, we did introductions this morning. We told all something really intimate and personal about ourselves this morning when we first did, right? And so, actually, would you mind just introducing yourself?
Perfect. Hi, my name is Bonita Varga, and I'm with the Mental Health Commission of Canada, and I'm actually a knowledge broker at the Mental Health Commission. So knowledge mobilization is what I do. So I guess just a couple of things. I understand you guys have funding set aside for knowledge mobilization, and I would urge you all to consider or just ensure that you have funding and resources and time set aside to accomplish not only these goals, but whatever it is that you guys set out to do. certainly from the Commission's perspective, like our question is always, what do we expect to change at the end of a project like this? And so to continually be asking yourselves as researchers, not only what is our product and what is our output from all of this, but what do we actually expect to change afterwards? Because that's where your knowledge mobilization strategies should really be focused. So by asking those questions, I think early on in your research, and I think considering that when you're solidifying your research questions and ensuring that you've done the consultation with the folks that you think your end research is going to impact, I think all of that's going to be really important. These are all, I think, great strategies, but your strategies are always going to be dependent on what you actually want to change in the end.
Thanks. Thanks, very helpful.
I wonder if we can link the youth-generated knowledge mobilization and some of the narratives and get youth, and I don't know about children, but youth involved in generating some of them. But that, I think, would also involve a training piece and some funding set aside for that. So whether it's audio and maybe also connecting with some popular education, graphic novel, I don't know. I'm not quite sure what, but something in that end of things.
Great idea.
Just to supplement this. And then, I know in Toronto the libraries are a really important kind of space for information seeking and providing. And so I'm just not sure if there's been any discussion in relation to the SPOs in terms of partnering with libraries, with public library systems. I mean, it's just something to think about.
That's a great idea. There is a section in the grant where we have to list, believe it or not, potential partners, and we have 2 pages there. But it's every time you put one in, you have to take somebody out. So that's a great idea. The Toronto, the public library system would be a great addition to that table. Yes, as would be like these teachers. If you can send me those links as well.
How about also underscoring the fact that this is international, so not just have it in English and French, but also in Arabic and Turkish, and make sure that the information is disseminated to Turkish governments, Lebanese governments, because they're also dealing with a lot of refugees, and the refugees we're studying. So sharing that knowledge with the Turkish government, Lebanese government, Jordanian government, I think would be of interest and would increase the appeal, because we're taking it on an international level from a SSHRC perspective.
That's a fascinating idea. I hadn't thought of that one.
This might be at a level of granularity that's too small, but there's an app called Scribjabs developed by a professor at SFU just specifically for migrant youth to tell their autobiographical stories. It's an app on the App Store. It's something that can be used. The researcher's name is Kelly Toohey. I also want to emphasize that involving the public library system is brilliant. They do a ton of work with ESL kids, and they do a lot of work developing, getting dual language books or other language books in their collections in areas where there are a lot of children who come from different language backgrounds and stuff across the country. So I think that is an excellent suggestion, and I second that suggestion.
Could you spell the app's name?
Scrib, so just SCRIBJABS.
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 Okay. This is very useful. Wow, what a rich ideas. Yogendra.
I'm very impressed with all the breadth of knowledge mobilization that's listed here. Still, a concern is that often when people talk about knowledge mobilization, they end at knowledge sharing and don't go further. And many of the things listed here, still knowledge sharing, like a lot of academics tend to do that, presenting at conference, even social media. It's still about sharing, and there's a risk of overwhelming people. You just end up putting a lot of information out there. Going from knowledge sharing to knowledge mobilization and knowledge utilization takes much more effort. So I would recommend, similar to Banta, thinking about knowledge mobilization much earlier, to actually do knowledge mobilization not just in the end, but quite ahead of time, And in fact, if possible, so I'd be very curious to look, I haven't looked at it, the wisdom to action. If that's a good practice we can look at to model where academics and SPOs, community agencies actually work together to make sense of the evidence that's produced, but also how to utilize it and how to make program planning changes. Because often, again, you take, for example, mental health issues, right? Like there's so much evidence every year produced about how there's a lot of stigma in accessing mental health among immigrant and refugee communities. But then when it comes to community agencies doing program planning, we don't know, decision makers don't know how to actually use that to make changes. So if you can create platforms and resources and to take it further and not just leave at knowledge sharing, I would really recommend. And part of the way to drive that would be to build in impact of knowledge sharing as part of a full cycle of this project. So we actually evaluate, okay, we shared knowledge in multiple avenues, but who actually read it? Did it reach the right people? Did they actually use it? In what ways? And what kind of changes have come out from them? Now, that could be a next phase of a research, but it'd be nice to see some kind of impact around utilization within this time frame of 5 years.
Well said.
I was also going to say, I don't know if this is, I can't imagine it would be conflict of interest for CIHR, but considering to do like a best brains exchange on this topic, are you guys familiar with that format? So I don't know if that's something to actually look at a single policy question and partner with one of the provinces to unpack like one of these questions as part of it and work with them as a partner agency when you're talking about, you know, policy change and whatnot. Because they'll work with you, they'll also produce a report.
It's a good idea. I might do that after we get the money from SHRC to go talk to CIHR, but probably not before. But yeah, it's definitely, that'd be an interesting one I hadn't thought about. That's right. There are any other strategies or ideas? The one that I'm self-conscious about is that we're talking about SPOs or ESPOs, education and service providing organizations, and we talk about academics, we talk about government, but we've been pretty light on the community itself, like the members who are, you know, the refugee community itself. And I've been a bit, I know the SPOs have direct access, but so I'm feeling one degree of separation in my position. But I just want to make sure, is anyone else, I mean, is this okay the way we've worded this? Have we hit, not hit, that's a bad metaphor, I guess, in this case, but are we connected to in the right ways to the communities themselves who are actually the ones ultimately who are wanting to benefit? Like, I like the idea about, getting information packaged so that in different languages so that people can actually, benefit directly, just in time kind of stuff, yeah.
I think your point earlier of having some resources that are available and it doesn't need to be all the resources, but some resources that are available in Arabic and Turkish and maybe some of the other minority languages that are written, like we would write for our parents, at grade 4 level, so it's very easy to understand, it's clear, and so that they aren't always depending on somebody else to read it to them to be able to access the information.
Right. Just Becky?
Had this feeling too, so when I read through it, so what can refugees themselves get out of this? I wonder if it's possible to have something within the entire grant that somebody is responsible for, translating materials into Arabic or communicating with the refugee families. Of course, we have studies within each cluster, and on the individual level, we'll try to communicate the results, but I wonder if there's something central we can do to, represent the entire grant.
Or as a central function, make sure that that's part of the mandate of communication with the SPOs so that those resources, at least develop that as one of the central tools. Yeah. It's a good point.
I think also the onus is, it should be also on the SBOs to, part of the partnership for us to make sure that the knowledge is being mobilized to the community. So for example, with the camp that we're doing, all the data that we got this year, we're going to analyze and then see, okay, how are we going to tweak the curriculum for next summer camp? And then do that again next year and next year. And essentially, our services are going directly to the Syrian refugees, and are being tweaked based on the data that we're collecting.
I gotcha. Cool.
Yeah, I think there's no really refugee community. There are larger community, and then part of that are refugees. Obviously, there are ethnocultural association. I mean, you have in most cities. I mean, in case of recent emerging communities like Iraqi, Syrian, they are definitely very dynamic in our community. You can access them if you want. We can send you the list. But definitely there are different ways of accessing them. There are ethnocultural association almost in every province, so you can go through them. Depends if you want to access the larger immigrant and refugee community, then we can definitely go through them. But if there are specific, if we are working for Syrian and we want the Syrian community to know about that, that's another strategy, so we can help. But definitely there are ways, and I think we should involve them and engage them.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that was a subtext to the work here. Over here, and then Abdi, and then maybe I'll bring it, or have a couple more comments. 1, 2, 3, and then we'll bring it a little bit close.
A quick point about making things accessible to the Syrian refugee community is in terms of putting it into Arabic or Kurdish or Assyrian, you might want, we might want to work more with YouTube videos and things rather than written translated text, or both, because as we know, many of the Syrian refugee families, the parents have very limited literacy. So always have to make sure that it's in a media that the information is indeed accessible.
Is that accurate, that YouTube videos might actually work better, even though so there's no technology barrier necessarily? It's more the literacy barrier. Okay. Right. Abdi, did you want to jump in?
The title that you had used for that annual conference, Wisdom to Action, that sounded too generic to me, so it would be, I guess, a better idea to incorporate some of the key words from the coalition's mandate into that, refugees or something.
Wisdom to Action is simply a model of community outreach for knowledge mobilization. It's just a technique. It's like a package. We could do a Wisdom to Action on youth suicide in the Arctic. In fact, we used one to, so yeah. So it's just it's a way of doing knowledge mobilization, not so much a product. It's not specific to this, but yeah. And Bonita, if I could.
Sorry, and in answer to your question about actually engaging with refugee populations, and I think the information and the research that you're all doing is going to be of interest to them. So the YouTube videos and whatnot, but potentially identifying community champions and individuals who are coming through this process that you or us as a collective can work with to become advocates and champions, and have them be able to go and tell their own stories through this research, but actually giving it to them as representatives of this work to be able to go and help you present and do that, I think would be very empowering for everybody.
Gotta love champions. Okay. In the spirit of time, then let me switch the conversation slightly, unless somebody, and I'm going to be, obviously we're going to be around for the next couple of days. All right. That was a bit soup to nuts. We went from the beginning of the grant, believe it or not, through most of the sections that needed to be discussed. Does anybody, in the spirit of just kind of bringing the day, fully around, is there anything that I've missed? There are the 12 or 11 of the 12 co-applicants are in the room with me, so there's a dozen of us that are really the architects of this. We have other people joining us, of course. What's not there? Is there any questions or something that you haven't had a chance today to say, that you'd like to say. And of course, you can also say it off the record to me or anybody else quietly on the side over coffee as well. But just wanted to make sure the forum is open for just a few minutes here if there's something. Or out there in Cyberland as well. If people, if Amber, any other emails or anything, just to make sure we're not, no, okay. Just want to make sure. So I'll just kind of, just pause. Hey, Lisa.
Hey, I don't know, I mean, this might be a bit outside the scope, but it goes on to what we were talking about. What would be great to see is a little bit on the translation. You're talking about how it would go to the service providers and how do we reach the communities, but could we build into there some workshops, something for the actual, that can be disseminated to the SPOs? And we talk about it kind of vaguely, but is that like a deliverable that we're talking about? Like we will have workshops on the research findings that are done at the level of service providers that are kind of plug and play. So I think of some of our, I'm always biased because of the information I come with, but for example, a program we run, which I can't seem to talk properly, is it provides training to teachers who don't actually have ESL training. And it goes out to the different communities throughout all of Alberta and provides workshops on high level and complicated things that are done in a way that a teacher takes this information, they learn it, and they use it. Kind of like train the trainer type stuff. So we're going to have all of this research and we're going to get it to the SPOs, but what are we actually giving the SPOs that they can take away and use? So do we need to build in something that develops, I hate to say it, but kind of like plug and play workshops where teachers walk away with something they use and we can say that this research is led to these changes that are being used in these 10 schools. Do you know what I mean? That type of stuff. That's what I would like to see, but that's
train the trainer models, modular things that could be carried out. We're getting dozens of questions on how you integrate kids' first day of school back, right?
Yes.
So there's a good question. Yeah. That could have been done over the summer or in their teachers warm up in August. There's those sessions that they go through. Yep. We could have just done modules and here's 10 best tips, right? Yes. It could have been like an hour on integrating a new child into your classroom is coming, whatever.
Exactly, yeah. Yes.
Right. Brilliant. That's a really good example.
A new kid that starts November 1st, and you skip that because you didn't think you had any of these children in your classroom, and you need to figure out what to do. You watch it, and you're like, okay, now I'm ready.
Okay, other quick, Becky.
It could just be me, but it's still a little unclear to me how the governance structure will work within the grant or within the coalition. So we have, the operations committee or executive committee, and then we have steering committee, and then we have clusters and SPOs. So I don't understand exactly how decisions are made within the coalition and how we work through different levels, and then within each cluster how we make decisions about funding, how we distribute the money and everything. So if you could explain a little more about the process.
Right. Thanks. It is still a bit of a work in progress, but I think what we imagined was, if I can make it as simple as possible, I mean, there's collaborators and SPOs out there. They're sort of the people part loosely of the coalition. Each of those four, see if I get it right. Each of those four clusters would really, the actual cluster wouldn't have that many people. I think we talked about, I forget what we said, it would have the 3 co-leads. So you, Joanne, and Lisa would be in that cluster, you'd be leading it basically as a small committee. And I thought we put one more person on those teams. I forget exactly how we did that. But basically, you have a small group, 4 people, not large. And that basically you would be responsible as a group to decide on where the money, that $80,000 a year, would be distributed. We don't, these are partnership grants. You don't want a lot of structure. You don't want a huge amount of, and that your decision, that the project steering committee, so I'm assuming, say, Becky, Lisa, you would be on the project steering committee as well. You'd sit on both because you're the SPO, and then Becky or Joanne, one of you would sit on the project steering committee, probably alternating year by year or something like that. And that, in a sense, that project steering committee would set the larger goals and the sort of looking at the reports and just keeping the whole thing going. Obviously, and we would hope that there would be some oversight, light, but still, in terms of the decisions about where the money's going at the lower level. I mean, more in a consensual way than you cannot spend it on that research project. But it would be more like, oh, okay, if you're going to spend money on that research project, then maybe this other group might want to, there should be some coordination or maybe some suggestions, or maybe your peers go, this is, it feels like this is getting off track or something like that, or they know we should be going in a different direction to be strategic, that kind of thing. The advisory council, we're talking about some sort of scientific panel, big international scientific panel, once a year, probably some sort of meeting, a review of what we're doing. And we're now calling it an executive committee. I think Martha and I, we're going to have to sort out exactly what that looks like. I know I need an operations group, just day-to-day management of this thing. But that's more operational as opposed to governance. So that's it. I mean, what I'm encouraged by, and Howard, you've been very helpful in this, is saying keep it simple. Keep it really non-hierarchical, very flat hierarchy, very simple decision-making processes. Howard, do you want to jump in? Help me out.
Well, what I was going to say is I hope that Igor is taking excellent notes right now, because to me this is actually, and I think it was suggested by, well, I'm not going to even try to remember who it was suggested by, but somebody suggested this already, which is this is the missing 20 pages that we're trying to figure out how to fill. This is the discussion that we really will fill that up in and section it off. Literally, this is how the project steering committee works. This is how, and again, but keeping it simple.
And just to be clear, that evidence cannot be more explanation. It has to be a document.
But the document,
with that explanation.
But the document can be that explanation.
Yeah, the document can be.
So it can be, for example, small project money will be adjudicated by da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yes.
Yeah.
That can be in there. That's the answer to the question, but the document has to be like a signed document that we put in. You're saying no?
No. You can put into that 20 pages your terms of reference.
No, you can't. Not unless it's a MOU. It has to be, they very specifically say they won't accept content. It has to be a document, not a, it could be our, sorry, it could be our terms of reference. Sorry, if you say it could be our terms of reference.
For all your different committees.
Yes, they could be.
You should have them.
Yes, it could be our terms of reference for our, yes, as long as it's more like a working document, not a, oh, and we're gonna. Yeah, it's not a narrative, it's a document. You want to? Yes. There's another one.
For example, you could include minutes from today saying, yes, there was agreement to this structure. So that's evidence of partnership, because it's evidence of people coming together and agreeing that, yes, this is the way we're going to proceed.
That's an excellent one. And so that means that even the minutes, some of the minutes, the reduced minutes from a meeting like this, actually tentatively could, be function for that as well. That's excellent. Thank you for that reminder. Lewin or Diane?
It's not continuing this particular.
Do you mind? Okay, then let me just finish this thought. You're also jumping? Okay.
Just going back to the budget and the budget explanation, it strikes me that we've heard a lot of really interesting things around knowledge mobilization that thicken the whole approach to knowledge mobilization, and it would perhaps be worth rethinking the framing of some of the students, not to be too micromanaging here, but but to really spell out maybe some of the, even a postdoc or some of the doctoral fellowships, to really think more about dedicating some serious budget and training for students and others into the knowledge mobilization.
Excellent idea. Thanks. Did you want to come in?
Just a point of clarification. So each team, each cluster has leads, and you've been talking about distributing the money. So is it the assumption that each cluster will retain some portion of the funds and distribute to others some portion, or is the assumption that, you know what I mean, will the leads distribute to themselves and reserve a part for others, or not necessarily?
The answer is, well, I'll put it the leads. I mean, the answer is yes, both. Abdi, or, I mean, this has come up. Somebody else want to speak from that perspective? Yoko, Abdi?
Yeah, my question is about accountability. I know that you mentioned that there will be term of reference, but how the accountability is going to work?
Accountability?
Yeah. So I think you have, obviously you mentioned that there are going to be 4 people in each of the cluster, but obviously there will be one connected to the project committee. So who's going to be accountable to the funder? Who's going to be accountable to this individual that you're talking about hiring? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, the project steering committee would oversee the operations. They would have, they don't have a fiduciary. Dalhousie, or whichever university, I guess in this case it would be Dal, will submit. So that's the fiduciary responsibility is held directly through the university. The more accountability in terms of does the project do what it's supposed to do, and is it accountable to our SPOs and everything else, that's really through the project steering committee, I would imagine. They're the ones who kind of hold us to, you know, they're to review what we're actually doing. So you raised this point brilliantly, is, you know, the reviewers aren't going to buy that you have 45 collaborators in a cluster, because no one's ever going to see any money out of this. So they're not going to buy that they're actually participating. So we have to kind of keep the number reasonable. But yes, if someone wanted to migrate between clusters, I don't think there's any problem. It's just it would be up to the co-leads to decide. So absolutely. We might call them traders. We might, we might not like them we might not invite them to the parties. You know, the social integration groups have a really wicked parties, and we're not going to invite them anymore. But that's neither here nor there. I'm going to suggest I'm just going to switch gears then. I'm going to say. I think we have an amazing shot at this. The work that's gone in the background is absolutely stunning. I really want to thank you all for donating your time for a day to critique a very complex piece of work. It's really, really appreciated. And with that, I want to shift gears, because in a couple of hours, I hope that you will join us for dinner if you can. I'm not sure. Amber, can I put you on the spot for a second? How many in the end, how many Germans are joining us for the next few days? 12. Not including from the embassy. So there will be some others. We are also joined tomorrow by some folks from StatsCan, we were offering a free lunch, and all of a sudden half of government came down. It was wild. About 10, IRCC, StatsCan. I think one rep from public safety couldn't make it, but Brett's pulled back. So we'll have that as well. We're in a different building. Where is that? Okay. All right. There you go. I do hope that you'll, in the spirit, I mean, it's a wonderful opportunity. Our Berlin meetings were fabulous, if someone wants that. And I think the idea here is to build on the momentum of that. These are really interesting folks coming over, and they're really looking for partnerships. And we've already gotten a lot of momentum out of these meetings, and we really hope that you'll enjoy the day and also take out from this meeting to your own networks, opportunities to collaborate. They also, the nice thing about working with Germany, of course, is that it also means that we have access indirectly to, of course, all the other countries in Germany. It gives us a bit of a connection to other parts of, et cetera, Horizon 2020 funding potentially through them, et cetera. It's all this kind of momentum that we can build. Did I miss, Martha, do you want to say anything else before we switch this gears fully to the other?
Somebody is coming to us, Jacques Critchley from Shirk.
Yes.
There is some talk, and it's quite serious talk, that the TAP, Transatlantic Platform or whatever it's called, is going to switch from digging into data into refugees. And so there may be a whole source of funding there.
Okay. And I mean, to be fair, a lot of this has been the momentum of this and other groups across the country, us and other groups across the country, really pushing this agenda and seeing somewhat the results of this, you know, the government on all kinds of levels, keeping this as a hot issue for the government. So hats off to the work that everyone is doing. Any other questions? Then on that note, I really hope that you'll have a nice break, and we'll see you at 6:30 at the Blue Cactus. Blue Cactus Bar and Grill, 2 Byward Market Square. Pretty easy to find. Okay. No, 6:30 tonight. Amber? If I haven't, what?
So if you haven't confirmed or you are on the fence about dinner tonight, if you could just let me know before you leave so I can have the right numbers, that would be great.
Thank you, folks. Good meeting. Thank you.
Hello? It's shut down here? I can't, okay. Can I have, nope. Hello? Hello? No, I got nothing. I don't think they're going to be able to hear me. I don't think they're going to hear it. Can I have, oops, can I have your attention for 1 second? Thank you. Lewin was asking if there's anyone interested walking over to the restaurant together. So if you want to just come over there and let us know. And then we can figure out a group to leave from the hotel at around 6:15 or something like that. Thank you for the food today. You're welcome.